Alright, too easy. Just make sure this is the right file. Yep, it should have 2 Terra saves. Trinity Archives. There's no reason this shouldn't be the right thing, but just to make sure. Yep, those are all the correct reports. Terra and cleared. Okay, good stuff. I am ready whenever you are. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, what is up everyone, ladies and gents? I am Grig, and I'm going to be running Kingdom Hearts, Birth by Sleep, Final Mix, High Definition, Critical Mode, All Stories, a run which is done at level 1. I know that's a mouthful, but that's what the category is called if you take out all the abbreviations. So, there's 3 characters in this game. You can see them all here. I'm going to be playing them in the order they appear in the list. Not because you have to, but just because that works out to be the most convenient way of doing it. So we're starting off with Terra, who is my favorite character, by far. So that's nice. I get to start with something I really enjoy. Now, in this game, level 1 is kind of like... There's an ability in Kingdom Hearts games on the hardest difficulties, like Final Mix versions or whatever, called EXP 0, no experience, 0 EXP. It's slightly different between different games, but essentially I'm going to be turning that on as soon as possible to prevent myself from leveling past 1. Now, it doesn't actually matter if I level past 1 because the category is just critical mode, but it just so happens that it's faster to do runs on a level 1, and we'll find out why sooner or later. But starting off, we have orbs, which are kind of RNG, but kind of also execution. The main thing that I have to look out for, or whatever, is I have to try and hit the orbs into each other, because then they both blow up at once. So that's the primary objective, so I just did it there, quite clearly, and there again. I'm going to be doing these 3 times with all 3 different characters, and there we go, that's orbs done. Those were pretty good. So yeah, as I was saying with the level 1 stuff, essentially the game scales your stats to compensate for the fact that you have EXP 0 on, and as a result of that, it's just faster than grinding for all of the crit categories to do it on level 1. And in fact, actually, for both Ven and Aqua's stories, crit level 1 is faster even than beginner. Whereas Terra, crit level 1 is just a little bit slower, about 10 minutes. But to do it with leveling on any of the characters, we're looking at probably an hour longer in terms of the runtime. So it really is a significant difference, because if you don't have level 1 on, you're going to be doing chip damage from the very start of the game. So because of that, and because Terra has a forced fight at the very start of his first world, I am going to menu on EXP 0 in the world map. So I guess that's my level 1 rant done for now. This forced fight that I'm going to be going into is the main RNG of Terra's run, I suppose. I essentially just need to get a couple of drops. Well, I only need 1, but getting 2 would be really nice. So, what I'm going to be using is something called a D-Link, D standing for dimensional or dimension, something along those lines. Basically, the game describes D-Links as, like, your hearts are connected to the hearts of your friends, or something like that. So you can access their abilities from anywhere. Something along those lines. So I'm going to hit him once, just to do a bit of extra damage, and then I'm going to go into Ventus D-Link. And I need to get a drop that looks like a weird-looking star in order to level up his D-Link to level 1. Hopefully, you know, if I got really lucky, I would get it off one of these floods. There it is. Okay, so that means that I can go for the D-Link drop for Aqua as well. So this forced fight has already gone, you know, exactly how I wanted it to. That was one of the main things I was worried about, because it is RNG. It is possible for me to not get either of the drops, and then I pretty much have to grind outside for the Ven one because I can't do the first boss without it. So that would have put a bit of a damper on the run, to say the least. But we've avoided that bullet, so that's what we need. We need as many graces as the game can give me.
What's the likelihood of getting all these blow-ups with the D-links?
Oh, I could have got the third one there, but I didn't see it. It was off screen. I got literally perfect RNG there, which I didn't react to properly, so now Aqua's still going to be level 1, which is kind of a shame, but it's still workable. The chance of getting the D-links, we don't know an exact number, but I would say with each enemy kill, in my experience, you're looking at somewhere between 5 and 15%. Another thing we do know is that if you get one, then revert and go back into a D-link, it increases the chance of getting another one as long as the game is still registering you in combat, like the command menu doesn't go blue. And it's also completely impossible, oh damn, I messed up movement there. It's also completely impossible to get two D-link drops without reverting. So that's why I reverted out of Aqua and went back in after getting the first one. So that's D-links. Really, all I'm going to be doing from here is movement, which the fastest movement in this game for all characters is just chaining the dodges together. If you want to go fast, you don't want to mash them, you want to time them, but it's a pretty minimal difference. So here, I'm going to hand over to Softman for a moment, as he has a donation, I believe.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Greg. Yes, I think I've been missing for a little while. I think I sort of just died for a little while, but it's fine. So just got a couple here quickly. Hey, Karate, hit us up with a $10.50 saying, good work, everyone. Thank you very much for that. We are hoping to continue the good work for the next, oh, how long is it? 17, 19 hours, I think it is. And then secondly, it's, oh, this is hard. I have absolutely no sleep. Those letters are just swimming. No, I'm not even going to try. My friend, thank you for the $7.35, saying, have fun, glad to see this happening down there. Well, we're glad to see this happening down there as well. I'm sorry about your name. I'm just way strung out right now. But I still love you, I swear.
If I can just cut you off there. We're going into the first boss here. This is where the Ven D-Link drop comes in handy. It gives us an ability called Haste, which means I get to mash X. The reason that Haste is useful is because you attack really fast, and that means that you can build up the finishes really fast, and what the finishes do is lots of damage. The reason for that is level 1. Effectively, how level 1 works in this game is every hit of a finisher has, like a command style finisher specifically, has like a minimum damage that it can deal. So because of that, getting into command style finishes that do a lot of hits quickly is really, really important. And here, if you didn't have haste, you wouldn't be able to do it quickly enough to skip through his phases, and he would become not only a lot slower, but a lot harder. There I had a very close to perfect fight. The only thing that went wrong is that he jumped. So that's, you know, more than acceptable. It lost me maybe 5 seconds, him jumping around, and that's kind of out of my control. That is, believe it or not, one of the harder fights in this run, and it's the very first boss, so go figure. Coming out of that, we're going to go into Dwarf Woodlands, which has some really awesome movement tech, but unfortunately we only get to see it in Dwarf Woodlands. So I'm going to skip some cutscenes, go into a room, and then I'm going to spread my wings and fly. And the reason I'm going to spread my wings and fly is because it looks cool, it's fast, and I need an item that takes a really long time to get the intended way. So instead, I'm going to use Sonic Shadow, which is a shot lock command, one of few shot lock commands that isn't actually shots. It's a dash. You dash to the enemy. It just so happens we can lock onto these pots. So I just cleared that entire room in like 5 seconds, thanks to Sonic Shadow. From there, I'm going to be collecting some stuff, and then I'll go into another fight. So Softman, if you've got some more donations, I've got a bit of time, maybe 1 or 2. Nope? Okay. So speaking of donations, I'd just like to plug my donation incentive. If we hit $100 towards the incentive, which I believe we're at 50 out of 100 so far, I have to fight Mysterious Figure at level 1 on Terra.
Yeah,
Mysterious Figure at level 1 on Terra, specifically, is considered by most people to be the hardest boss in the entire Kingdom Hearts series. So, if you want to see me suffer, make sure to hit that incentive.
I believe that's technically said closed at run start, but I'm more than willing to leave that open until Grig says otherwise, so...
Well, yeah, I would say close it when run finishes. That would just make the most sense.
You heard it. I will edit that on the thing now.
I don't need that file. So here I'm just selling some commands and buying some more commands, which I'll be doing a lot of in the run. So I need a blizzard and a poison. The poison is for the next boss. So, now we go into the Dwarf Woodlands Forced fight. I would have a lot to talk about here if Aqua D-Link was not level 1, because then this fight becomes really, really scary and really, really difficult and slow. But because I have Aqua D-Link to level 1, we have Magnera and Thundara, so what can go wrong, basically? Which, I say that, there are still things that can go wrong, but it makes the fight a lot less painful, because this fight has 2 of the worst enemies, at least for this early in the game, and it has an abundance of them. Those would be the bunny rabbits, as I call them, although I believe their technical name is hair raisers. I didn't mean to heal there, but that's fine. It was for safety or something. And then I don't know what the big guys are called, honestly. I don't really pay attention, I just go fast. Now, I'm looking here to try and get another D-Link drop, although I haven't seen one, because that will make the next boss fight faster, essentially. Ah, damn. So that's one of the things that can go wrong. I can whiff a Magnera. So now I pretty much have to run around and not die until Magnera comes back up. And then we should be good, and that should be more or less the end of this fight once I find Thunder. Okay, so that was kind of slow, but I didn't die, and it looks like I got the D-Link drop. So that means I can do Aqua D-Link strats for Magic Mirror, which is really nice. If you get a drop off screen like that, it will auto-collect in the fade out, so because of that nifty little feature, I can now use the fastest strat for the next boss, which I will say is only really significantly faster if I get optimal RNG, but that being said, it is still faster even if I don't, so there's no reason not to do it. It's just, it's less significant if I don't get optimal RNG. So now we're just heading back to Magic Mirror, and again I am going to spread my wings and fly. Yeehaw. So, go over here, if I can remember where the pot is. There we go. And that just clears the room a little bit quicker. Not really for any particular purpose, like picking up a command like it was last time. Just for speed in clearing the room. Because this is a speed run after all. It doesn't matter if something has no purpose. If it saves time, you do it, essentially. That being said, most of the time when we do specific movement across a room, it has a purpose, like picking something up or avoiding something or something to that effect. So here, basically, Magic Mirror has, like, phases, I guess. There are a couple of different things he can do after each vulnerable phase. So each time he goes vulnerable, essentially, you hit him a certain number of times and he will go back, basically, and do an attack. So there, I got somewhat unlucky. Oh, what? So that shouldn't have happened. I don't know why that happened, but it's fine. I got the... Oh, okay, I guess it's not fine. That was my mistake. But fortunately we have auto life. It's still going to be slower though. Don't entirely know how to react to this. I think what I'm going to do is slide over to him and do this. So Mind Square is the primary reason that Aqua D-Link strats are a thing. But, because I didn't really use them properly there, we don't get to see them in action. So basically when he does the dive or the side-to-side thing, Mind Square is going to do a lot of damage. But because I died and Auto Life activated, I kind of messed up. But fortunately, Auto Life stopped that from being an actual death. That's Aqua's D-Link level 2 ability, so I guess I'm really glad that I had that, because it just stopped me from dying. But yeah, if you have a really fast Magic Mirror fight, you should beat him after 1 or 2 attacks, so he'll be vulnerable 2 or 3 times in total. And I almost forgot to re-enter this world for a menu. That's another thing I should mention. Even though I've done a lot of help with, you know, what's the word? Improving the route for this category, Terra Crit specifically. I'm renowned for forgetting menus. It's like what I do best. So it's not that I don't know what I'm doing, I promise. It's literally just that I have a horrible brain for menus, so I forget them all the time. So here I want to buy 2 magnets, and if I can, 3 thunders, but I can't. So I'll buy the next thunder later on. And then I equip said magnets and thunders. And the fact that I don't have 3 thunders will lose me a bit of time, but it's not super important. So what I also equipped there was Flame Salvo. And that's the item that was in the chest at the top of that room that I was flying across. Flame Salvo is a shotlock command, like Sonic Shadow, except Flame Salvo actually has shots. You might be thinking, well, why would you take away such a useful movement-based ability for something that just shoots people? The reason is there isn't anywhere else that we can use Sonic Shadow for movement to begin with, and even if there was, we need Flame Salvo for the ridiculous amount of iframes that it gives later on in the run. So that's essentially why we go out of our way to get Flame Salvo in that chest, as well as it just being faster to clear the room like that, because we need the benefits. So ideally, I only want to use that finisher when things are trapped in a magnet, but it was faster to use it there anyway. The reason, though, is when things are trapped in a magnet, they hit while they're spinning around me, as you probably saw then, and they do a lot of damage as a result. So the strategy in all unversed fights or forced fights is effectively to get things in magnet and then use whatever you have to deal as much damage to everything as possible. In most cases, that'll be thunder commands, and then when you're using Aqua D-Link, it'll be either Mind Square or a finisher on top of that. That being said, unversed fights aren't really the selling point of this run. It's the boss fights. The boss fights are where Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep specifically really shines. But I think that can be said of all Kingdom Hearts games, really. The boss fights are really where the magic happens. Speaking of which, I would like to give a quick shout out to my friend Liquid Wi-Fi, who is going to be doing a Data Org level 1 run later on today, and I believe at some point in the marathon also a 2FM crit run. So you should definitely check those out. Those would be really fun runs to watch, especially Data Org, I feel, because those are some of the hardest bosses in the Kingdom Hearts series, and he's going to be fighting all of them in a speedrun at level 1. I definitely recommend tuning in for that. So unfortunately, this guy decided to go off and do his own thing. Floods have a tendency to do that. Not really all that much I can do about it. But here, my primary objective is to not go into a command style. Because of that objective, I just messed up, but oh well. I just got a Wellspring Crystal, which is actually really nice. I'll be using that later. So I'm using Magnet and Thunder commands because they do not bring me into any command styles. And the reason that's important is if I go into a command style, it will lose time due to the loading screen. So aside from the minor mess up when I was trying to push that green enemy, Scrappers they're called, into the magnet, that was a pretty good first room of Cinderella Escort. So basically the way this works is she can either walk or run as long as there aren't enemies in her way. So we've got to clear out the enemies as quickly and as well as we possibly can, while hoping that she decides to run instead of walking. That's Cinderella Escort in a nutshell. I got another damn, 3 Wellspring Crystals. Those are really uncommon drops, just for reference. I only need 1 of them, so it doesn't actually help at all that I got 3, but still, they're uncommon. That's kind of cool. What I really want here are Fleeting Crystals. Basically what the crystals do is they give your abilities effects in melds. So you can meld commands together, and if you put crystals in the melds, you will get additional effects. So if you put a Fleeting Crystal, it'll be a haste effect, meaning that things recharge quicker. Recharge meaning you probably would have noticed that there's no MP system in this game. You have commands, and the commands recharge after a certain amount of time. So if you put Fleeting Crystals with, say, a magic command, you'll get Magic Haste, which will mean all of your magic commands will recharge faster. And then attack commands give attack haste. Each haste increases the reload speed by roughly 10%. So it takes 90% of the time at 1 haste, then 80, then 70, then 60, then 50. Because you can have up to 5 hastes of each type equipped. I will not be getting more than 1 of each by the looks of things. It's possible to do a run with 2 magic haste and 1 attack haste. Worst case scenario, I have 1 attack haste and no magic haste. Either way, it makes very little difference. It's more of a quality of life improvement than an actual important speedrun thing. So, doesn't matter too much. So here I'm going to buy the 3rd Thunder that I couldn't buy before. And I'm going to get another Thunder out of the chest, giving me 4 total. And then I get to mash X on a boss again, because Vendy Link. So Vendy Link comes in handy in a lot of bosses for Terra. That's why the level 1 is so important, especially on crit level 1. It's just, he has a really nice finisher that has a lot of hits, and you can build it super fast whenever you have his level 1 drop. It also allows you to loop some bosses to a degree, because you hit so fast that you can just permanently stagger them. But, we won't be seeing that for a while. So as I may have mentioned, Terra is probably the weakest of the 3 characters. The reason for that is that he doesn't really have anything abusable when it comes to crit level 1. Like, I've mentioned how finishers do increase damage based on number of hits. And, this could be bad. Yeah.
That was unlucky.
Yeah, well, that's not really unlucky. It's my fault because well, it is kind of unlucky. Basically, what happened there is when the violin was hitting me while he was knocked down, it meant that I wasn't able to combo him as quickly as I could, and that messed up the strategy and meant that he got to the phase where he spins the baton around. And if he gets to that phase, it's kind of like trying to boil water with a fridge. It's just not really the best idea. Okay, so this is not good. I'm gonna play this a little bit differently here because I know he's about to jump. I was hoping I could knock him down straight out of the jump. Okay, well, it worked out anyway. So, that guy can be a pain in the ass, thanks to his instruments and randomness. But, we got through it. So yeah, as I was saying, Terra's weaker than the other two characters because he doesn't have anything that can abuse EXP0 to its full potential. He doesn't have any command style finishes that just do a literal heckload of hits. Like, he has things that hit a fair bit, but the other characters have things that will hit, you know, 50, 100, however many times, hit lots, and you can shred boss's health with that. The other thing, his block is the worst. It covers the least area around him, and his dodge is the only one which cannot provide permanent invulnerability frames when spamming it or chaining it together. The other two characters, once you get them to level 4 dodge-wise, like, since commands level up in this game or whatever, they can. So that's another thing I should mention. Even though I'm not leveling up, my commands are. And that means that I can meld them together. So I'm about to do that, and that's what all those crystals are for. So with magnets, if I don't have a fleeting, I want to no-meld and hope to get haste. Thunders, I want to put soothing with to get HP boost. Blizzards, I want to put pulsing with to get leaf bracer. Now, all of those things are pretty self-explanatory, except leaf bracer. What leaf bracer does is means that when I cast cure, I have iframes. So that's pretty much just like a safety net. Same goes for the HP boosts. Because this category is so challenging and the character doesn't really have a way of just not getting hit ever like the other two do, we kind of need to take extra precautions with our melds and make sure we have everything we need to avoid being one-hit by things. There still are bosses that can one-hit me later on, but they're bosses that are easily loopable or easily kind of cheesable. So fortunately, it's not that big of a deal. So here we have a few cutscenes and, you know, story stuff. Terra being angsty, reflecting on his life, that kind of thing. So if you've got some donations, now would be a great time.
About that.
I take it that means you don't.
Yeah. You want a Pringle? I think I'm gonna crack out the Pringles.
I could go for some Pringles. But yeah, so once again, reminder that I will be fighting Mysterious Figure at level 1 as Terra if you donate another $50 before the end of this run.
43 now, so I'll put $7 to it.
Oh, well there you go.
Yeah, one of the donations with the old reverse around.
Someone hit me up with a $43 donation. ASAP. Thank you.
Oh, no thanks.
I want the string Pringle. Thank you.
Alright, finished eating just in time for the fight. Good stuff. So we have another unversed fight, and surprise, surprise, the strategy is to get everything into a magnet and then use area of effect abilities with Aqua D-Link. So I'm gonna do that. So this fight really kind of shows off her level 2 finisher quite well. It just kind of demonstrates how if you use it in a good circumstance, it can be really potent. But if you use it in a bad circumstance, it can do pretty much nothing. So what I'm gonna aim to do is this next wave, catch everything into a magnet and put a mind square down, and then use the finisher, and everything should die if I did it correctly. Okay, not quite, but close enough. So just because it hits so many times whenever you have things in a magnet, and because Mind Square is also there doing a whole lot of damage, it just works out really, really nice. Mind Square is also a great defensive tool. If you don't have your magnet up, you can just kind of put it down and stand in the middle of it and things will get hit away. So that was more or less a perfect fight. It could have gone a little bit better, but it was quite good. Coming up, we have Trinity Armor. Trinity Armor is the only fight in the game that all 3 characters fight in exactly the same place. He does exactly the same moves, he has exactly the same AI, etc. There are a couple of other shared fights, but they're all like either in different worlds, or the boss has progressed so he's stronger or weaker or has slightly different moves. He has different immunities, that sort of thing. This is the only one where they all fight it, it's exactly the same, you know, it's good. And I think it kind of demonstrates what sets aside, say, Aqua from, say, Terra pretty well. Because Terra has a pretty hard time of it. You know, it's not too bad. It's relatively consistent, and he can't really get one hit because of the HP boost or boosts. So it's pretty okay. Then Aqua, she just one-hits it, basically. And Ven actually has a really hard time with Trinity Armor. It's probably the worst on Ven of all of the characters, and I'll get into the reason why when I get to it. But, yeah. So what's gonna happen when I get to it is I'm gonna have all of my buddies with me, my buddy chum pals. I'm gonna be there with Terra, Ven, Aqua, all the lads. So basically what I want to happen, ideally, is I want them to be doing damage to the correct parts of the boss at the correct times, but if that doesn't happen, Terra can kind of manage on his own, which is what sets him apart from Ven. Ven relies on his teammates pretty much completely, and then Aqua, it makes no difference what they do. Ooh, wow, I messed up that movement. I'm bad. So there I killed hourglasses, mostly for money, but also for the chance of fleeting crystals, so I could get at least one magic haste. If I don't, again, not the end of the world, but it would be nice to have. So here we are going to do another meld. Gonna meld together those 2 thunders that I have there with probably a soothing crystal, because I don't think... yeah, I only have 1 fleeting crystal and I need that for the attack haste. And then I'm going to put on Thunder Surge. Thunder Surge is the best ability in this game. If anybody tries to tell you otherwise, they're a liar. Thunder Surge is great. Essentially, that's what I kill all of Terra's end bosses with. The only unfortunate thing is it doesn't lead into any command styles that have broken finishes until you beat the game and collect every sticker, which I don't have time to do in a speedrun. That would take much too long, and you can only really do it in the post-game anyway, so it wouldn't help. You also have to put the stickers together in the sticker book. Then you get a command style called Rhythm Mixer, which is like a 2nd tier command style. Basically, you go into Thunderbolt command style, and then if you use Thunder commands, again, you'll go into Rhythm Mixer. And it has a really, really powerful finisher. But I can't do that. So instead, I'm going to go into Firestorm in this boss fight. But yeah, since Thunder Surge doesn't go into any really useful command styles, Ven and Aqua don't use it, because they have better things to do with their time. They can just abuse the fact that they have finishes that hit a shitload of times. But Terra can't, so we have to find commands that are strong to compensate for it. And the Surges are quite definitely the best damaging abilities in the game. I think I just whiffed that completely, but it's kind of hard for me to tell because the camera went all haywire. So there's one finisher that does hit a lot that Terra has, Firestorm. But unfortunately, it's just so awkward to use that it doesn't really help for many fights. This is one of the fights where it does help, though, because he kind of sits still a lot. Okay, that's that phase over. So you need to break the parts in a certain order. You need to break the legs, or he will spin around the room like a complete twat, and it'll be really annoying to deal with. And then you need to break the shoulder piece, I think it is, because if you don't do that, eventually it'll get to the point where the head just literally won't take damage. Like, it gets invulnerability until you destroy the other body parts. And then you, of course, destroy the head last. And that's Trinity Armor. Not a super difficult fight in Terra, but it can pose a problem sometimes. Fortunately, I played that relatively well, except for the very start where the camera went all over the place. I'm not really too sure whether that finisher I used hit or not, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. We killed it, that's all that counts. Coming up, we have Braig. Braig is not difficult, but how do I put this? It's really easy for something to go ever so slightly wrong, and if that happens, you die. But what you have to do in of itself isn't that mechanically difficult. It's quite easy to perform. It's just also, if you mess up, you're dead. That's it. Goodbye. So I need to concentrate pretty hard for that fight. First off, I have a shop and a menu to do. I'm going to buy Ignites, which are pretty crucial for the run. Ignite is basically a damage over time spell, which you've seen before in Poison on Magic Mirror. Here I'm just going to focus on the menu really quick. I can sell that, sell that, sell that. Oh no, dude. I am 13 money short of being able to do the fastest possible menu.
Unlucky
But
13.
yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So because of that, I can't do the menus the way I would really like to, but it's okay. So here we are making Renewal Block with Attack Haste. Basically, Renewal Block is block, but it heals you if you block. So really good. Good command. Would recommend. And then I need to put on Ignite. Swap the blizzards around. And that's that menu. So the strategy for Braig is mostly just going to be spamming Ignite and not getting hit. But there is a little bit more to it than that. He has very specific patterns. He will do one attack, then do a charged attack that leaves him a bit vulnerable, then do another attack, and then go up to the top and shoot things at me. And repeat that until I eventually either die or kill him. So, what I need to do is I need to make sure that I remember his patterns correctly, try to deflect his attacks back at him because he shoots things, and I can deflect the things that he shoots with my block. But one thing to note is at the very start here, he's going to be up top, he's going to shoot at me at an angle. If I try to block this from the wrong spot, and I might just like intentionally show it off once because it won't kill me and it won't lose a huge amount of time, it's going to hit me on the head. And that's like the example of how bad Terra's block is. It just covers a really small radius. So I'm gonna stand in the wrong spot here. Okay, well, apparently that spot works too. Well, never mind, I'm not gonna show it off here. There are specific spots you can stand and you'll be able to block, and specific spots you can stand where it just won't work. The game says no. Here, he's going to charge up that thing, and because I have an ignite on him, I can surge to punish it, and he'll stagger out of it. I need to jump over that and ignite to cancel the attack because blocking it is inconsistent, and then we're going to repeat that until he eventually dies. So sometimes he'll jump, then charge, then ground attack, sometimes the other way around. Other than that, the patterns are completely consistent. It's just whether he does ground shots or aerial shots, in which order. So I just need to hit him, and he's dead. So, that fight went well. I didn't die, so that's pretty much all I could ask for. Basically, the thing that can kill you is when you jump over his run-around attack and ignite to cancel that phase. If you don't jump high enough, or if he decides to shoot higher for pretty much no reason, or if you mistime the ignite. There are a lot of things like that that can just go wrong and lead to an instant death. So that's the main scary part of the fight. And now we have a 2-minute-ish, basically auto-scroller after some cutscenes in Disney Town. I'm going to be doing a kart race minigame, which, if I play the same way I always do, I will get anywhere between a 2-minute and 2-minute and 2-second time. So it's essentially an auto-scroller. But there is a bit of variance, unlike the other two characters who have literal auto-scrollers. Anyway, there's not really much to talk about. I just need to take the turns as tight as I can, take the shorter path, and not get hit by tornadoes. So if we have any donations, I'm hoping for that $43 one. Now would be a good time. I'm having someone shake their head at me with a dismissive look. That's unfortunate. I want to fight Mysterious Figure. Come on, guys.
I'd just like to take a moment to remind you that with any donation of $43 exactly towards Grig's donation incentive, will also ensure his eternal love.
Did we actually get a donation? Oh, that's a pretty steep promise. Jeez, that's a lot of commitment. As long as I don't have to, like, marry them or anything, I think that should be fine. So yeah, these are the tornadoes I was talking about. A lot of people think they're RNG. Everything I can see says they're not. They're just on set cycles, and they move so quickly that the slight variances in your movement cause them to appear to be RNG. I don't know that for a fact, that's just how it seems to me. I play this more or less exactly the same every time, like to a probably 0.3 second variance for the most part, so I never hit them. That being said, this is a marathon. I just said I never hit them, so I wouldn't be surprised if I hit them in lap 4 or something. But yeah, again, not really much to talk about with this minigame. It's effectively an auto-scroller, even though it's technically not. The other two characters have literal auto-scrollers, so I guess it's a bit better, but meh. So Disney Town is the minigame world. It does have Unversed and stuff, but you just don't have to fight them to beat the stories. You have to beat the minigames. I don't entirely know why, to be honest. Like, you're supposed to be doing this, traveling across worlds to try and, like, bring order to the worlds or something. I don't see how racing around a track does that. But if you do it with all 3 characters on the same file, you get, like, a trophy and stuff, so that's neat. And 201. So that's what I pretty much always get, around a 201.5. No surprises. It is possible to get sub 2 in the race, but I've never seen it happen. I think you just need to be really, really good, and I'm not really, really good at that minigame, so, I mean, yeehaw, 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 yeehaw. That's about all I got. Next, we are going to Olympus Coliseum. Yeehaw. As requested by person who is attending the tech desk currently. One of the people. Sorry, Softy, I didn't mean to leave you out, bud. So yeah, another Unversed fight, same as usual. What would usually happen in like an ideal setting here is I would have 2 magnets of my own, so I wouldn't have to use Aqua D-Link, but because I don't, Aqua D-Link is faster. If I did, not using Aqua D-Link would be faster, but it's a much of a muchness. It's not the end of the world. The only unfortunate thing is this finisher isn't particularly good for this forced fight, so that's kind of annoying, but meh. So I need to wait for this magnet, then I'll do that, and this should finish the fight, or very close to it. There we go. So next up we have 10 rounds. 10 rounds are the only point in the run where RNG can literally kill me. And it just so happens that it is on the 10th round that is a thing. If that happens, I need to repeat all 10 rounds. This part just sucks. There's not really much else I can say. Most of the rounds are just going to be Magnet Thunder spam, but on round 10 specifically, you have Jellyfish. Something that I haven't mentioned yet, because they haven't come up yet, is that whoever designed this game hated Jellyfish and made them the worst enemies in the game. Oh boy, doing 10 rounds with 1 magnet, okay. So, yeah, Jellyfish are just really horrible enemies to deal with. They can come at you with no warning. They can usually move in the loading screens, so they're already on you by the time you have control. It's just not a fun time. But hopefully we'll get off scot-free. So, Magnet, Thunder, Thunder. And then the same for most of these. Nothing special. Something to note that you should notice in the difference between this wave and I think it's wave 4 is Magnet Thunder does more damage if there are more enemies caught in the magnet. I don't know the exact reason for that, but what I think it is because the enemies are all spinning around faster and hitting each other, they hit each other into more of the Thunder's hitboxes, meaning the Thunder is hitting more times. But I don't actually have confirmation on that. And I just almost completely whiffed that finisher, that's nice. So yeah, because of that, on round 4 I had to do something beyond Magnet Thunder Thunder, even though I had killed the same enemy with Magnet Thunder Thunder when there was something else with him. So that's just like a small thing to note, I guess. It's not really that relevant to the strategies that we use, but it's kind of cool. And here, once again, I won't need to use the finisher. I'll just be able to kill them with Magnet Thunder Thunder. Because there are more things caught in the magnet. 2 more rounds and then Jellyfish. I am excited. Yeehaw. Okay, so what I'm gonna try to do is dodge to the side immediately and then magnet, but... Okay, I got away with it. What could have happened is they could have charged at me and killed me at the very start with me having no say in the matter at all. But that didn't happen, so hooray. And I am being told we have a donation. I'm gonna quickly talk about what I'm gonna do in the next boss. I'm gonna run around spamming Ignite, which does a set amount of damage regardless of your level or your stats. And I'm gonna try not to get hit while doing that. It's not really that interesting of a fight at all, so yeah, I'm gonna now hand over to Softman to read a donation.
Let's quickly hit you up with Zooey's donation of $5. His ever loving quote of "Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw." Can I get another yeehaw for him?
Yeehaw!
Excellent.
Thanks, Zumi. I'm assuming that was towards the mysterious figure donation incentive. Thank you very much.
Well, it is now.
We now need another $38. Come on, people. That's not much money. And I think I've sworn at least twice in this run, so that's another $2 going to it, because I'll be putting that $2 in the swear jar. What heck? That's not a swear. So yeah, this guy can one-hit me really easily. There is another strategy where you like run up and attack him in between ignites. Saves a bit of time. I don't want to do it in a marathon because I've died to it more times than I can count. So I'm just gonna do this. One thing to note is that you cannot finish an enemy with an ignite or any other damage over time for that matter, when it comes to bosses at least. You need to finish them with something that doesn't do damage over time. So what I'm going to do is once he's getting close to dying, I'm going to charge up a shot lock, and that should finish him off. You have to land the finishing blow with something else. The reason I think that is because they didn't want you to be able to die from poisons and stuff, so they just kind of programmed it that way for bosses. Because you also will not die to a damage over time. Because it would be kind of unfair if you got hit with some sort of poison and then you just kind of died without taking another hit 5-10 seconds later. That would suck. So I could see them doing it that way for that reason. This is the most technical fight in this entire run. All stories, whatever. It's not hard, it's technical. If I mess up, I'm dead. But, I only have to not mess up for the very start, so... Alright, we should be okay. There is one more thing that can go wrong. So now I need to push him into the corner, and then he needs to not brick wall me, which is basically what we call when he doesn't get staggered by our hits. Which is exactly what happened. So, now you know what brick wall means, so that's good. Basically, if that didn't happen, we were home free, but it did, so damn. I'm a little bit upset because that's completely out of my control, but it's fine. Marathon lock. Okay, we're good now. So now that he's in the corner, nothing can go wrong. And I say that, there's like a 2% chance of something going wrong. When he's in the corner, he will not DM. So I just need to keep building up finishes, And then when I've done the finisher, do this, he'll do the jump slash, get him back into the corner, repeat. His DM is the thing that you saw at the start. It is very difficult to dodge, and if he does it randomly, it's going to be very difficult for me to react in time to flame salvo and use the iframes to tank it. So if it does happen randomly, I'm pretty much screwed, but it probably won't. When he's in the corner, it is a very low chance that it will happen. And I need to pull this off one more time. And that is Zac 2. I finish him with Strike Raid there because it feels a little bit faster than the wind-up for the finisher, but I don't actually know. I've never timed it. It also looks cool, so why not, hey? Okay, that's the first time I've failed a cutscene skip in this run. On that note, I'm going to mention that there's a bit of a delay after you pause or press start before you can press down to go to skip cutscene in this game for some reason. And because of that, occasionally you will see failed cutscene skips. And that's exactly what happened there. I pressed down, but the game didn't register the input because I pressed it too early. So here we have the best bike minigame, I guess, or glider minigame of the three. Each three characters has a Keyblade glider section, where you gotta be on the glider and do stuff. This is the nicest one. I mash X. The end.
Even though all the enemies are jellyfish.
Yep. The jellyfish will not attack me in this for whatever reason. That's it. All there is to it. Ven's and Aqua's bike minigames suck. They are horrible. I cannot stand them. I shudder just thinking about them. But we're not there yet. Got lots more hours to go. Here we have another force fight. Same old. Magnet Thunder, Magnet Thunder, Magnet Thunder. I probably don't even need to say it anymore. Basically, the point is, when you put everything in a magnet and cast Thunder, it does a lot of damage, and it's AoE damage, so you're killing everything at once. It's efficient, you know, that's pretty much all there is to it. Some of these waves kinda suck, because things don't really spawn as close as you would want them to, ideally. But, it's fine. So this is the point of the game where I really start to feel the fact that I don't have magic haste. Basically, it's just meaning I have to wait sometimes for commands to reload, which isn't that big of a deal. It's just losing me, you know, a second here, a second there. So, very soon, we will be seeing the biggest, I guess, platforming skip of the run, besides maybe Sonic Shadow Movement, which was to get the Flame Salvo. But, basically, in this next room coming up, you are supposed to activate a gravity device that means you can jump real high, and then you jump across some blocks, get to the top area. I don't have to do that, because for whatever reason, surges allow you to gain height if you're locked onto something above you, and a very specific surge does that about 4 times better than all others. And I say specific, it is a barrier surge, but it's not just any barrier surge that does it. It is specifically the barrier surge available to you when you are in the Cinderella D-Link. So, I'm going to target this thing up here, go into Cinderella D-Link, and then do this. And now I'm up here. Don't shoot me. That's not nice. So yeah, that's that room cleared. You were supposed to have to activate a teleporter, watch this little thing, jump up and stuff. But that just skips that completely. In order to do that with regular surges, not Enchanted Step in Cinderella D-Link, you need to have 3 surges. So, for whatever reason, that specific surge just gains way more height than everything else. Now we have Sparky, which is Experiment 221, I believe the numbers are. You'll see it in the top left when the fight starts. Basically, this is another Ignite spam fight. There is one thing to note, which is there's a DM phase, DM standing for Desperation Move, which I don't think I've really explained properly yet. Basically, it's a move that bosses do sometimes, usually at certain HP gates or something, where usually they are untargetable, they'll do something really fancy, they'll do a lot of damage, that kind of thing. This boss has one where he will go into the guns and shoot the guns at you. It is possible to skip it, but it is essentially RNG. So I guess we can pray for it. I've seen it happen twice, so I wouldn't get your hopes up, but maybe? Marathon lock? Yeah, no, okay. Well, it was worth a thought. As I said, that is quite literally completely random. There's not really much I can do about it, especially with no magic haste. With magic haste, it's possible to have a bit of influence over it, because you can kind of chain stagger him if you get the right patterns, and then he just won't do anything. But I don't have any magic haste, so it was completely impossible to do that. Not that that really makes a huge difference, because even then it would still be down to RNG. You just have a bit more of a say in the matter. And now back to Ignite spamming until he gets low enough, then I will charge up a Flame Salvo, hit him with that. Gonna deflect this at him because a little bit of extra damage, and he should die. And that is Experiment 221, or Sparky or Pikachu. Not really much to talk about until the next boss, so if you've got a donation there, go right ahead.
Yep, thank you very much for that. So we've got a donation, $20 from Greetings from Germany. Great event, thanks to the runners and all others involved. Please add this to any incentive that is coming up, as I can't be bothered to check the document. We've all been there. So yeah, we'll add that to a mysterious figure, I guess. And I think that brings it up to almost done. Yes, that brings it up to 82 out of 100.
$18.
$18. Come on, people. We can do it.
We're gonna round that up.
So here we have a forced fight. This is pretty unspectacular to start with. But then at the very end of it, we are going to encounter wild bruises, or hecking monkeys, as I like to call them. They are not affected by magnet. They will get staggered if you hit them with anything, so that's kind of nice. But magnet does nothing to them, so I kind of don't have a way of effectively dealing with them. So I just kind of need to run around, not die, and spam ignites on them. That's more or less my best option. So there's one of them, and he's fine. He ain't too bad. I can deal with him by himself. But when there's more of them, it becomes a little bit of a problem. So here I'm going to do the ignite glitch. That wasn't what I wanted to ignite glitch, but it works. Basically, if you change targets as ignite is about to hit, you will get both targets ignited. Like so. Okay, that was slow, but I didn't die, so I'm happy. No more monkeys to deal with. Whew. Coming up next, we're going to deal with Peter Pan. Peter Pan is an interesting boss. He can one-hit you, but he kind of has to hit you first, and I'm pretty much just going to get him into a corner and loop him from the very start of the fight. So we are in absolutely no danger at all. So yeah, it's time to put Peter Pan in his place. This is the last shop menu of the run. I don't have anywhere near as much gold as I would like to, which really sucks. But it's fine, I have enough. So there I put on Sonic Impact. Sonic Impact is probably my most hated movement ability in this entire game. The only reason I'm putting it on is so that I can clear a gap and break a rock. And then I'm going to take it off the next time I enter into the menu, because I cannot stand it. You can leave it on, it's personal preference. It takes so little time to take it off that it doesn't really matter. But I cannot fight the final bosses with it on, so I have to take it off. So we cleared the gap, we broke the rock, now we don't need it anymore. So the next time I enter into the menu screen, it is in the gone zone, as it were. It is a little bit faster across the water as well. So Peter Pan's strat is effectively the strat that I try to use on Zack 1 sometimes. Which was the boss that I spammed Ignite on at the end of Olympus Coliseum. It actually works really well on Peter Pan, unlike Zack, where he can just randomly break out of it, or one-hit you, or whatever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Ignite, do a few physical hits, Ignite, do a few physical hits, and repeat that until he hits the HP range that the game equates to finishing the fight. We don't actually kill him here, we just kind of get rid of most of his health. Damn. Because I got Gold Rush there, I couldn't really do the loop properly, but that's fine. I can keep spamming Ignite and that will do just as well. I got the loop off for most of the fight. Before the loop was found, the strat was just to spam Ignite, so... And the loop saves 10 seconds overall, so I probably saved like 8 of that there. And then we have jellies to deal with. These jellies aren't really dangerous. For whatever reason, when there's like a full room covered in jellies, they tend to not really pose a threat. But when there's just like a few of them, that's when they're a real problem. At least that's my observation. So this is the last unversed fight of the run. After this, we only have bosses. So the strategy for these guys is just to try and have a magnet up always, because not all of these things you see on the screen are actually spawned in. So they will continue to spawn in and die to the like damage over time of the magnet. So you just want to not use another magnet until your first magnet is, you know, going to be coming off cooldown sort of thing, or about to run out. So that way you've always got one active. And there we go. That's the quote boss of Neverland. It's very fortunate that fight is there though, because that levels up our commands enough to where we can do some melds that are pretty crucial for the end of the game. If I couldn't do these melds, I couldn't finish the run, so shout outs to those jellyfish. They're actually useful. Hype. Yeehaw. Failed another cutscene skip. Hooray. So because we're going into the end of the game, there's a lot of cutscene stuff happening. It's just kind of to be expected, I guess. The story is wrapping up for this character, so they have a lot of stuff to say. But it does get pretty tiresome skipping cutscenes for longer than I'm actually going to be fighting bosses almost. And then as soon as I get to the world map, I'm going to do a menu. So these are the melds I was talking about. So Magnera Wellspring, that gives me once more. Blizzara Pulsing, that gives me second chance. Basically, what once more does is it means that you cannot be comboed to death, and second chance means that you cannot be one hit. So with both of them together, it makes it a lot harder for you to die. That's effectively their purpose, I guess. Did I only buy one cure? Okay, I'm silly. This'll be interesting. So here we have a couple more cutscenes, and then we're going into Ericus, who is probably the second hardest boss of Terra Crit, I'm gonna say. He's very random. He can block and, you know, counterattack pretty much randomly. He has DMs that or desperation moves that after a certain point he can effectively spam if he really wants to. Just a very random boss fight in general. So my goal here is just to basically not die, I guess. An optimal fight from the end of Neverland should take about 5 minutes, but you know, as long as I don't die, it's definitely gonna be decent. Because dying, of course, is the biggest time waster in a category like this, where everything is really tight execution-wise, and a lot of the fights are pretty long. So the first thing I'm going to do is shot lock him, and that hopefully will bait him into doing exactly that move. I can reflect the hits back at him for damage, and now my surges are up. And there's the random counter attack I was telling you about. Fortunately, renewal block is good. Okay, baited him into doing another thing that I can reflect at him. This one is not as good as the other one, but it's still good. I pressed block there, but apparently the game didn't want to register that, so that's unfortunate. As I said, this boss is quite challenging. I pretty much expected to die here at least once, because it's probably, of the harder bosses, the one that I've put less time into. So I'm okay with that. It was an early death, so it didn't waste too much time. Okay, and now he's giving me really good patterns. I won't complain. Jeez, what is this RNG? He's like, hey, sorry I killed you, fam. Here you go. So it's at the part of the fight where he is at the danger of DMing. So I want to try and force him to not do that by surging as frequently as I can. But there is no surefire way of avoiding his DM. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I came really close there to getting DM-less in a marathon. So, that's pretty high. We're all good. He dies here. Okay, took a little bit longer than it should have, but it's still fine. Whew, okay, Ericus is over and done with. Now we are on to the final 3 boss fights of this character. The first one has a really, really annoying strat that I really don't like. The second one is pretty easy, and the third one is going to be the hardest boss of this entire All Stories run, which doesn't count the mysterious figure donation incentive, obviously. But, yeah, this is going to take a lot of focus, so I'm just going to touch on what I'm going to be doing briefly. The second boss is effectively just another Ventus loop. I have to hope he doesn't use a certain ability that loses a lot of time, and then other than that, I'm just trying to do as much damage as I can. The first boss is the only time in Terra Crit where you get to properly abuse EXP0 and do a lot of damage with a finisher. Just so happens that it is the most powerful finisher in the game on Crit level 1. The only reason we don't use it more often is we get it in Neverland, and it's from a D-Link, and the only fight after Neverland that you can actually use D-Links in are these next 2 fights. In the second fight, it doesn't work. Like, the finisher won't actually function for reasons. Basically, the first hit of the finisher will knock back an enemy, and if that enemy gets knocked back, he immediately teleports, so it's not helpful. Here I'm going to sell Ignite for a cure, because I want to have 2 cures. If I was going for a world record or a PB or whatever, I wouldn't have done that, but this is a try to not die run in a marathon. So I played it safe, I bought the cure, now we have 2 cures. Hopefully that's enough. I don't have room for any more, so it'll have to be. So basically the idea here is I'm going to go into Peter Pan's D-Link. I'm going to try to aerial hit Vanitas, because aerial hits build up the gauge a lot faster than ground hits in Peter Pan. That's like his gimmick, I guess. And then I'm going to try to get him to do a move that leaves him vulnerable and hit him with the finisher. There are a lot of things that can go wrong. Vanitas can dodge my attacks. Xehanort can get in the way and start hitting me. It's not a fun time in general, but hopefully I can show it off. Forgot that there was another cutscene there. Oops. So I'm going to dash forward here so that Xehanort teleports away, then go into the D-Link. He's just less likely to interfere that way. Okay. That's a full sword bill. Okay. And he's done. So that's what I was talking about with hits. If you have a finisher that hits a lot of times, it kills things fast at level 1. I'm so glad I got that first try, because that strat has hecked me over many times. So now I'm going to throw a balloon letter in order to go into Ventus D-Link, and then this fight is pretty straightforward. There's essentially 2 things that I don't want him to do, and they just so happen to be the 2 least likely things for him to do. So Hopefully we won't see either of them. One is called Keyblade Storm. It's like a tornado, basically. Another is a move where he teleports around and hits you a bunch. The first one of those is slow. The second one has a danger of killing you. And now I'm on 1 health, so that makes it extra scary. I kind of want him to use freeze here because it's easy to block, and that will heal me because of renewal block. But if he doesn't, it isn't the end of the world. I just need him to not do anything that I can't easily react to. You can also block thunder, but I could end up getting myself killed trying to do it, so I'm not really wanting to play with fate there. Okay. There we go. That's unfortunate. I didn't mean to blizzard there, but it's fine. And that's Xehanort down. So now we have the hardest boss in any of the stories. The hardest story boss in the game. There are 2 things that I'm going to try to do to damage him. I'm going to try to reflect his shotlock Dark Volley at him, and I'm going to try and punish certain combos that he does with Thunder Surges. Other than that, I'm going to try to not get hit, try to stay above 1 health, try not to die. I'll try to explain some things as they happen, but really I do need to focus for this fight, so I won't be talking much. Oh no, I forgot to take off Sonic Impact. Oh well, I'll just have to deal with it. That could get me killed, but it's too late now. Now he's in phase 2, so he's actually a lot more pliable, to be honest. Phase 1 is the most random. Getting really good RNG here. Not ideal, but still fine. Okay, straight into meteors. I respect it. Ooh, got lucky there. So this shot lock is both the damage and to tank the meteors. There is another way of tanking the meteors, but if you can get a shot lock off for the damage, why not do it? And he just healed, which is fine. He does that. I'm not going to toy with fate and try to shot lock this time. I'm not in a good position for it. So instead, I'm going to go into a corner and match block. Okay, at this point he should stop healing, so that's good. Okay, that's really odd. It's fine though. Okay, meteors again. Okay, it's fine. Oh, okay. I should have died there. He did 2 full screen hitbox meteors. I managed to tank the second one with the iframes from a Thunder Surge. So I got off really lucky there. Okay. No, don't do that.
Nice.
Okay. That's actually really good. A 127 in Terra crit. Oh. I actually had PB pace up until that Terranaut fight. That Terranaut fight was really slow though, but I didn't die, so it's fine. So yeah, that was really close to my PB. I'm quite happy with that. So I need to bring up the credits menu just to verify that run, you know, as part of the All Stories, and then we're going to hop straight into Ventus, which I did by soft resetting. You can soft reset by hitting L1, R1, L2, R2, start select. And it just brings you back to this. Now, we get to play all over again, right from the start. Except this time we're playing as Ventus. So Ventus is immediately going to be somewhat more powerful than Terra because he has nice D-links. The first boss, maybe not so much, but he has a shot lock that he can use for that because he starts with Flame Salvo. But the second boss onwards, he's going to breeze through in comparison. So Ventus is not as powerful as Aqua, but is more powerful than Terra. He has a lot more D-Link command style finishes that are going to be dealing a lot of hits. He also has permanent iframes on his roll once you get it to level 4. Whereas Aqua has that plus a barrier, which is a block that goes full 360 and she can use in midair, plus a command style that she gets at the start of the game that is straight broken. Damn. So, back to orbs. Sure you guys all remember these from Terra. they're pretty much exactly the same for Ven. The main difference is we have a shot lock that's really good here. So I use that in the second wave because it's just more convenient. Now in the third wave, the main goal is just to hit orbs into each other. But failing that, do it the old-fashioned way. So Ventus doesn't have to equip EXP0 on the world map because he doesn't go straight into a forced fight. Instead, he gets a chance to do a menu once he enters the world. So that's a kind of nice difference, I guess. Another thing to note about Ven, his Keyblade is really, really short. People have referred to it as the 2-incher, and it's kind of accurate, to be honest. So with physical, like, combo hits, I need to be, like, literally rubbing my face in the enemy in order to hit them a lot of the time. But we don't really use those for anything beyond orbs, so it doesn't matter too much. So on Ven, we go to Dwarf Woodlands first. One of the first things that we're going to do in Dwarf Woodlands is the Dwarf minigame. Oh boy, I love Dwarf. I'm going to say the word Dwarf as many times as I can. Dwarf! Yeah. It's because I've gotten so used to saying it. So the first thing we're going to do once we get into here is we're going to change some stuff in the command menu and then put on EXP0. So put on the sliding dash, hit select to go to where the abilities are, put on EXP0. So the reason that we do that in the world rather than on the world map is quite simply there's one less input and one less set of menus that you, well, two less inputs and one less set of menus that you have to go through, meaning less transition screens. I'm getting tired and I'm starting to stammer. Great. So, Dwarves minigame, basically, the Dwarves are all going to be in a bunch of crates running away from me because something storyline, I don't know, like they're mad at me, something along those lines. So, do I need 2 blizzards? I do, don't I? Ooh, I can buy a second ether. Okay, so that menu was slow because I'm getting slow myself. But I promise I remember everything I need for this run. I may, however, in the Aqua run need to pull out my phone that has notes on it, because the Aqua run is a bit different due to it being all stories, so I kind of need to do some different menus, and that might confuse me. But hopefully I won't need the phone either. So, get him out of his crate. And then we get into Fever Pitch. So you'll notice immediately as well that Ven's movement is very different from Terra's. I'm going nowhere near as far and dodge rolling more often than Terra slides. Aqua is more like Ven. In fact, Aqua and Ven's dodges are pretty much identical in every functional way. The only difference is the animation. So Terra's the oddball. He gets to be special. So once we break all of the dwarves out of their respective boxes, then we get to move on. So those were pretty good dwarves. I don't know the time, obviously, and that's how I would usually judge it, but I think they were good. They felt good. Now we have a bit more movement, and then we go into Snow White Escort, which is the I'm gonna say the middle ground escort. I think Cinderella escort, Terra's escort, is by far the easiest and the nicest to deal with. Then Snow White is in the middle, and then Aqua's escort, Jack, is kind of horrible. Which, in general, that's kind of how my preference goes for the characters. I like Terra the most and Aqua the least. So I guess I'm kind of gonna be saying that about a lot of the things that they have in common. But not all of them. Ven's Trinity armor sucks. End of story. So, I'm not looking forward to that. So the reason that I'm picking up ethers here is because ethers in this game... Whoops, I went past one. They fill up the focus gauge, which is what deals with D-Link. Not D-Link, shot locks. So... I'm gonna need those for the first boss, because that's kind of the entire strategy for that fight, is to spam the shot lock. Fortunately, I have 4 here, which is 1 more than what you would usually have, because I got good RNG with money, basically. So I had enough money to buy an extra ether. And that's gonna mean that I have a much easier boss fight, which that boss fight kinda sucks, so it's nice that I have a 4th ether. So the main strategy for this escort is to mini and then run on things. Again, as with Snow White, basically I just need, as with Cinderella rather, I just need to make sure there aren't enemies in her direct path and she'll move. I also need to calm the trees down because they're getting a bit angry. There are a couple of trees that you can skip. The first one is one of those. Obviously, I failed that skip, but that's fine. I almost got that tree skip. That one is kind of pretty much entirely RNG, so it is meh. Where did she go? Okay. I just missed the other guy, didn't I? I did. So here, I'm gonna try to get this one. Okay. I got the block, but it didn't give me the white calm command. That's fine. So basically, Mini just shrinks things, and then when you walk on them, they die. That's this entire strategy. Where did that flood come from? It's just the fastest way of dealing with this, because Ven doesn't really have anything, like, completely broken at this point. So that's that escort done with, and now we go into Mad Trent. Which, funny story about Mad Trent. My friend, the Casa Puppy, another BBS runner, although he doesn't really play the game as much now, he called it that because it is a tree that looks angry, so he was like, oh, I'll call it Mad Trent. I think that's a funny name. And it turns out that's actually the boss's actual name, and he had no idea. And so for a little while, everyone thought that it was Casa's, like, meme name for it. And then a guy called Sonic Shadow Silver 2, who, shoutouts to him by the way, knows more or less everything about this game, was like, actually no, that's its name. So yeah, this is this entire boss fight basically. I need to charge the shot logs to a certain point, and then I need to ether. And then I need to charge the shot locks again. And then I need to ether. And I just kind of, whoops, I cast Mini. That's fine. So what should happen here, because I had the extra one, yep, he got knocked over. That's exactly what I expected. Now I should be in fever pitch, and finishing him off should be relatively easy. If he would stop jumping, that is. There we go. That could have gone better, but it also could have gone worse. So now we are heading into Castle of Dreams. Castle of Dreams is kind of the worst area in Ven's run because it is entirely RNG how long it is going to take. If you remember those D-Link drops that I went on about at the start of Terra's run, I need to get 5 of those. So I could be there for a really long time, or I could be there for like a little while, depending on how long it takes. Fortunately, there is a really convenient room for grinding them in, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I also need to make sure I get 4 fleeting crystals as drops. So, but again, Ven has some more convenience. He has a way of forcing things to drop things. So it is likely for me to get those fleeting crystals because I have a way of forcing drops. So one thing to note that I haven't really mentioned yet is when you grab ledges in this game, there's kind of a 50-50 chance as to whether you will actually pull your way up onto the ledge or just kind of dangle there for God knows how long. Okay, I dropped my input there, or my chain there rather, not input. So I need a blizzard, 3 sleeps, and a second sliding dash. So here's some cool movement tech, I guess. Nothing along the likes of what you saw in the Terra run, but basically I'm going to kill these floods. That's going to spawn another flood up there. Okay, he went underground, so I don't have to kill him. Good RNG. But yeah, you just lock onto that flood and use a regular X hit, and it will kind of make you float up there. So that's kind of cool. Here, I need to collect things because lore, I don't know. I also need to get a fleeting crystal from a chest. This chest, which is a balloon letter. And, okay. Don't know about you guys, but I sure love me a good collection mission in my RPGs. So, yeah, that's what we get to do here. Except that this isn't really a collectible mission as much as me grinding for RNG drops that are relevant to things. And there's one. Revert. Okay. That was odd. Okay, we have one. Do I hear 2? I do hear 2. So this is where I'm going to try and force those drops. That's 2. If I get 2 more, we are A-okay. Though actually, they may have been soothings. So I might need to double check that. Now I'm going to get back on the ball and grind for more D-Link drops. So we have 2 so far. Do I hear 3? It would appear that I do not, in fact, hear 3. Which is fine. 2 is pretty good for 1 world entry. Oh, damn. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to kill this flood out here to fill up my D-Link gauge. Where he at? Oh, okay. Wrong mouse hole. Never mind. Kill this flood. So again, I'm gonna try and grind for some fleeting crystals. So now I have at least 2, and I think I have 3. Whoops, I didn't line that up properly. So yeah, basically Grumpy just forces things to drop stuff. So that's why I am spamming Sleepy into Grumpy. Okay, we have a third. So yeah, for whatever reason, when you're on the ball, it seems like it's more likely that things you kill will drop D-Link orbs, or D-Link levels, but with that being said, you do not get command points or CP, so you kind of need to do a bit of extra grinding because of that fact, because you also need to level up commands here. This is the only grinding section of this run that's like this, by the way, I should say. I'm sure it's very boring for most of you. It's pretty boring for me too. I'm just gonna check. Okay, so I need 1 more fleeting crystal. Good thing I checked. If there's one thing I love more than grinding, it's grinding where RNG is what determines how long the grinding takes. Not, you know, just grinding for a set amount of time. Okay, we have enough fleeting crystals now. Ah, there we go. So now I just need 1 more. Hey, there's another fleeting crystal now. I have too many. I find that happens a lot. I end up grinding for all these crystals, and then I just get them as drops anyway. So now I have all the drops that I need. I need to grind my commands through some levels. Alright. Commands leveled, and my D-Link is full. I have all the drops I need. That is the end of that section. So unfortunately, there was nothing I could have done to make that go by faster than it did. That was somewhat slow, but I've seen a lot worse. Now there isn't really any significant RNG, at least to the extent of that it left in the run. All of the RNG is just RNG in fights. Hang on. Wait, really? The sliding... Usually the sliding dashes and the blizzards, like the second set of blizzards, level up at the same time. So I just assumed that's what was happening there, but I was wrong. So now I need to do a bit more grinding, but it's fine because it won't be much. Okay. Now I just need to kill these things to get the blue menu back. Come on, there we go. No, not sliding dash. Fleeting crystal. So in this run we get 5 magic hastes, so you'll get to see what it looks like when commands are reloading really, really quickly. Ooh, I got a lot of binds. That's nice. Binds are just useful because you can sell them. Oh, I almost forgot something. Pretty crucial. So I need to change Terra's finisher to his level 1 finisher, because his level 2 finisher sucks. So here we have Lucifer. Lucifer is the first of many bosses that Ventus breaks with a D-Link. There is a thing called Berserk strats or Overdrive strats here, where I need to try and damage boost to a certain point in order to, I guess, deal more damage because of one of Terra's D-Link abilities. And it looks like I can get it here because he did the slash. And then I do this. And that should be all of the Sonic Blades I need to do. Yep. And there we go. That boss is dead. So already you can see that Ven is doing a lot more damage and killing bosses a lot more quickly than Terra is. Or was. And that kind of... Doing an All Stories run is kind of almost like doing an any percent run, then a New Game Plus run, then a New Game Plus Plus run. In that Terra is like the weakest, and then Ven is like the middle ground, and then Aqua is just straight broken. So it's almost like I'm leveling up to the next character, which is kind of cool, I guess. It's also nice in that if my brain is completely fried by the time I do the Aqua run, it doesn't matter too much because her run is relatively simple. So that's going to be nice because I'm already feeling really tired.
It's just past 5 a.m.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it.
Want some of this?
No, I'm good. If I have caffeine, I'll need to go to the bathroom, and my next piss break, and the only piss break, is in about 2 hours. So...
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm also a little bit dehydrated because of that, to be honest. I took great care to not drink too much and end up wanting to go to the bathroom mid-run. But it's fine.
Well, you just drink enough to go before you did it.
I did do that, but I kind of need to drink a lot.
Yeah.
Being the large boy that I am. Mummy says that I'm a big boy.
Zumi says, Odie, can you ask Grig to reset and do a no THTD run?
No.
There you go. Sorry, Zumi.
I don't have Yu-Gi-Oh! FM on me, so even if I wanted to, which I don't. Actually, you know what? Hey, Soft Man. Can I reset and do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories run?
Yes, sure.
I take it that's a no. I mean, someone in chat requested it. I'm just trying to keep the chat happy.
It was Zumi of all people.
Oh yeah, true.
He has like the biggest chat presence though.
So I'm just gonna give everyone a casual reminder that I need another $18 by the end of this run in order to do Mysterious Figure at level 1 on Terra. So make it happen. Make me fight the hooded figure guy. So here we have an RNG fight, which is really fun. There is actually another strategy for this, which involves using Terra D-Link, spamming Sonic Blades, a bunch of intricate stuff. It's faster, but it's a lot harder, a lot riskier, and it saves an average of about 10 seconds. It removes the RNG, so the amount it saves varies depending on how good your RNG is with this strat. This strat involves, well, I mean, I think it's better visually, to be honest. So I go into Snow White D-Link. I get right up top, where I'm safe from harm, and I use this. And if you watch, has a random chance of just despawning every enemy in the room. It's the same as a command that Terra can get called Warp, except on a much shorter cooldown. So yeah, that's the strat for this room. Just spam Bashful, hope for good RNG. If we've got any donations, Softy.
Quick, someone donate.
Quick, someone donate. The commentator doesn't have anything to say. It's getting awkward. Ah, shit.
That's another $1 in this wedge.
Yeah, I know. That's 3 so far. So that makes it $15 because all of my swear jar donations are going towards my incentive. I have cleared that with Softman. So we need another $15. That was pretty decent RNG. So I had to use that balloon letter there because I need D-Link again for the boss fight. And you can use it at the start of the boss fight, it's faster, but I just don't feel comfortable doing it because what if the boss hits me? It doesn't actually happen, but what if, you know? I'd rather be safe than sorry. Especially in a marathon run. So something that I've never really touched on much, but I've been doing, sliding dash kind of breaks areas because it just goes straight rather than, you know, falling if you're not on the ground or whatever. Yeah, we just use it to break platforming sections a little bit. That teleporter I just went through, it's on like a cycle, it goes between blue and yellow. You just want it to be yellow. So here we have Maleficent. I'm going to be going into Snow White D-Link. And we won't be spamming Bashful this time. Instead, what I'll be doing is trying to get into critical health. So red bar, it'll be going beep, beep, beep or whatever. And then my command gauge will automatically fill itself up, which is Snow White D-Link's like gimmick, I guess. And then I just need to use the finisher at any point where Maleficent is vulnerable. And the finisher is a QTE, and the prompts are random, and I suck at QTEs, so that's always fun. Unfortunately, that's bad RNG at the start. I wanted her to use an attack that I can damage boost with, but it's fine.
You've taken another nap, soft man.
Okay, there we go. Now I can damage boost. I'm gonna sit down here and spam Sneezy. But that's just for like a little bit of extra damage, really. So here is something that I can abuse the... Oh, shoot. Here's something that I can hit her with this QTE thing with. So as you can see, this is doing a fair bit of damage because it has a lot of hits. Okay, so that was kind of bad RNG there. She went straight into the sleep phase, and I didn't quite have my finisher built up yet. but I can just use the finisher straight out of it. Unfortunately, there's a chance that exactly what just happened can happen, though. And then they just got stuck on the pillar. Great. So yeah, this boss is kind of random because it depends on her patterns. And then there's a lot of weird things that can go on. I'm just gonna, like, hope that Maelstrom ends before my finisher ends. Because if not, I could be in for some trouble. What? Oh, I took so long in the fight that I ran out of D-Link because I got really bad patterns. And then because I ran out of D-Link, it dropped my dodge roll. So that was somewhat my fault, mostly RNG. Alright. A little bit of a stronger start this time. Far out. That's the problem with punishing the sleep command with the finisher. She can do that. She can summon goons. Oh, unfortunately, I am getting really unlucky here. Some of this is my fault, I'll admit to that, but this boss can be really random and unpredictable. There's very little I can do about those two deaths. I mean, I probably could have survived, but your average runner wouldn't have. I guess I'm supposed to be better than average, but sorry, in this case I wasn't.
It is 5 a.m. and we're all pretty tired.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I am in the graveyard shift, so...
I've been up since 9 a.m.
Please do not tornado. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. She's doing Maelstrom thing, Galaxy, I don't know what it's called. I just need to not get hit by that. It's a one hit, even if I wasn't at red bar. If I can, okay, perfect. I can kill her here. Okay, so that wasn't by any means a good fight, even the one after the deaths by itself. But I got through it. We have a bit of time if you want to read a donation, Softy.
Sick. All right, we got $5.25 from Count Nico. 5 towards Terra since you asked so nicely.
Thanks.
So just to hit you up with the update, that's now at $90 and
$90? Do you mean $9? Oh, right. I thought you meant $90 left.
No, it's not $90 left.
Okay. Ooh, I was gonna say, Softy.
and 40 cents left to get it there. Over the line.
I'm sure that we can make that happen, Softy. I'm sure that we can make that happen. The same goes to the rest of you in the chat. I'm sure that you can all make that happen.
Hopefully nothing important happens.
I'm quite jealous of Softy right now.
I'll probably just run up and check donations after the level or something.
Yeah, if Greg wants you to run him over, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stay up all day to put myself back on a normal sleep schedule.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, real fun. I mean, for the rest of the day, I can drink energy drinks and not care about how much I need to use the bathroom, so...
See,
So here, I die intentionally, because it skips this part of the fight, I guess. And then Mickey shows up, and then I'm gonna try to put this guy to sleep. I mean that quite literally. The reason is because he dodges stuff so much, we're actually better off just keeping him asleep and letting Mickey do all the damage. So yeah, if I get one sleep off and I don't mess up the loop, we're pretty much good. Alright, he went to sleep, good stuff. No, let's not team up, Mickey. So another thing to note there, when he does that, if you use a sleep and the sleep hits Mickey, it just cancels it. Using any command near him does that. So, Soft Man went to sleep, hopefully. We told Vanitas to go to sleep. Now who's next?
No, I'm probably not going to get any sleep. It's somewhat not exactly the most comfortable do for just sort of not getting more tired.
Fair enough. So now we have Radiant Garden. There is a little bit of grinding in this world, but it's not RNG. We're just grinding for CP to level up commands. CP being command points. And again, at level 1 you do gain CP, you just do not gain EXP. The ability is called EXP0, not CP0. Or I think it's actually 0 EXP, but I've always said EXP0. I mean, in KH 2.5 FM or whatever, it's called no experience, and that just sounds kind of dumb, in my opinion. So, I'm not going to call that ability no experience, I'm going to call it EXP0. So there I picked up a Wellspring Crystal, that is to get once more second chance at the end, same as what I did for Terra. Every character will be doing that exact same thing, because those are kind of a necessity for level 1 runs. God damn it. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to be doing a bit of grinding to level up some magnets and some thunders, and then I'm going to Trinity Armor. Now, you may remember me saying that Trinity Armor is the hardest for Ventus, and he relies on his allies to damage the right things at the right times and all that stuff. Every word of that was unfortunately true. If I die to Trinity Armor, it will be with this character. I can promise everyone that. So yeah, I just need to level up these Magnets and Thunders to level 2, which I will do using Aqua D-Link, because she has Magnera, which has a bigger radius. And then I'm going to meld them to Magneras and Thundaras. With Magic Haste. Ventus requires 5 Magic Haste for his run. He's the only character that really has a straight requirement for the crystals. For Aqua, it's just faster to have them. But for Ven, he completely needs them to do a specific strat later on. And I think I don't have high jump on, which is going to be a little bit annoying, but I can deal with it. So now they're leveled, and I have Counter Rush. Yeah, as I suspected, I do not have high jump on. As a result of that, I need to go all the way back around, but it's no big deal, just a little bit of extra movement. So, one thing to note, I may have said this before, but you cannot enter into D-Links if you have party members with you in a fight. And that is the very reason why we will not be using a D-Link for Trinity Armor, because the game won't let us. No, not sliding dash. Actually, while I'm here... Okay. Alright. This is our loadout for Trinity Armor. Magnera, Magnera, Thundara, Thunder, Thunder, Lizara. We will be using the Thunderstorm command style, which Ven has unlocked at this point, even though Terra didn't, because they unlock things differently. And hoping. You can have a sliding dash on here instead of one of the Thunders, but I've been finding lately that the sliding dash does more harm than good, so I'm trying out just using the magics. It honestly feels like a much of a muchness between the two. Like, I don't notice any sizable difference, but I mean, try new things. I liked to use the sliding dash to enter Fever Pitch, which had advantages and disadvantages, and it felt like the pros were outweighing the cons, or the cons were outweighing the pros, rather. So another thing to notice, unlike Terra, who gets charged 3 times back to back, Ven only gets charged once. I'm dead. Whoops. Oops. Ven only gets charged at by Trinity Armor once, then he will charge your 2 party members. Terra is the only character who gets charged at 3 times. So as you may have noticed, Thunderstorm does a lot less than, or Thunderbolt does a lot less than Firestorm. If I'm lucky, here I might be able to kill the legs, but I'm not lucky. Party members are running around in circles. So basically, I need to try and dodge through the laser. Oh no. This could be problematic if I don't kill these legs as soon as possible. Okay, they're dead. Fortunately, though, there's a lot of damage to this thing, so that skips that spinning around phase. So here I just have to hope that the head receives enough damage, both between me and party members, that when he starts spinning around and shooting fireballs, I'm safe to just thunderbolt and get a kill, which it looks like I'm going to be. Yep. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. That is one of two really difficult fights in Vencrit. The other one is his bike mini game.
I'm gonna go check for donations and stuff.
Yeah, sure thing. So we have a bit more movement, and then we're going into another forced fight. There's not much to say. Magna or Thundara, you guys are probably used to it by now. Nothing special at all. If we have any donations, feel free to read them. None at the moment? That's a shame. Come on, guys, we need $9.40. If everyone in the chat right now, which I think there's about 300 people, roughly, donated about 30 cents, we would hit it. How many?
264.
So there you go. If everyone in chat donates somewhere between 30 and 50 cents, we would hit that incentive. Actually, no, not even that. More like 5 cents. I'm so tired, I can't do math. I think 5 cents. I don't know. Point is, we don't need much, people. We don't need much. So here I kind of just need to hope that these things all fly towards me so that I can catch them in magnets. Which eventually happened. And then, more or less the same again for this wave. Unfortunately, there's not much else we can do about waves where they're spawned far apart. So the one nice thing about these balloon enemies is that they tend to charge at you relatively quickly. There we go, that's the other Thunder to level 2, so now we can meld Thundara, which I don't remember when we do, but I'll know it when I know it. So now we're going to the second Ring of Worlds, and we will be doing Disney Town first. First I have to do a bit of story stuff, you know, walk in random directions because the story told me to. But then we have Disney Town. Ven's minigame in Disney Town is an auto-scroller. It's also a rhythm game. It's also really, really poorly made. There's about 0.5 seconds of, like... I don't know if delay is the right word. It's like you have to press the inputs about half a second after you think you have to. It's really weird.
Just bad synchronization.
Yeah, bad synchronization, exactly. Other than that, it's quite easy though. There are some much harder like ones if you do the minigame in post-game, but obviously I'm not going to be doing that. So that's like the only cutscene in the game that you skip with a completely black screen. But you can tell because A, the music starts, and B, if you notice in the bottom right hand corner there's a little spinning heart. Whenever that disappears, that means you can skip cutscenes. So that's kind of how most runners time it. They look at the heart. So now we get to watch these worlds show up. Hooray, look at what I've unlocked. And we go straight to Disney Town.
This looks exactly like the Super Mario Galaxy 2 map.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that.
That's all I can think of seeing it. Like, it looks almost identical.
Maybe they took inspiration from Galaxy. Although you said Galaxy 2, didn't you?
Yeah, it was probably after.
Yeah, I would think that this game was released before Galaxy 2. Maybe Galaxy 2 took inspiration from Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Though I doubt it.
When was this game released?
On PSP, it was like 9 or 2010, something like that.
Okay, I think that was after Galaxy 2.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was like 2008 or 9.
Someone in chat Google the release dates for Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep on PSP and Galaxy 2.
I think it would have been 09 for Galaxy 2, probably. It's just a hunch.
So, rhythm game, let's go.
It's not too out of sync.
I think I just barely passed there. You need about 1050 and I'll get a bit of a bonus from the height. I think that's fine. Yep, okay. I just barely passed, thank goodness. I would have had to repeat that if I didn't get a high enough score. Which, yeah. I guess with just a strange setup, it was a little harder for me than usual, so I did miss one. And when you miss one, there's always that risk.
So both games came out in 2010.
Huh, well, there you go.
Birth by Sleep was January and Galaxy 2 was May.
There you go. Nintendo stole from Square Enix. You heard it here first. Nintendo is a bunch of scumbags. Yeehaw.
Actively
yeehaw,
participating
yeehaw,
in theft.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Also yeehaw.
Exactly. That is exactly what I am saying. So this this forced fight is the first case where jellyfish have a very, very high chance of killing me. Right at the very end, there's going to be a lot of jellyfish, and if I don't play really cautiously, or if I just get unlucky, I could end up getting myself into some trouble with the popo. And by the popo, I mean the jellyfish. And I also mean that Softy is gonna report me to the police if I go over estimate.
Yep, I'm pretty sure Softman is well and truly asleep.
That's good. He needs it. Shout outs to Softman, by the way. Like, this man has been up for God knows how long, setting everything up. He is the reason that I am here today, live on your television screens, as it were, playing this video game.
Plus he does pretty much all the work leading up to the marathons, organizing everything.
Yeah, exactly. It's because of him that we jellyfish.
We die in games.
It's because of him that we have this venue. It's because of him that we have AvCon. He is the reason that this all happened. So, everyone sitting at home at your desk, give Softman a round of applause. Start clapping. I don't care if there are people around you. Just start clapping. He deserves it. Put clappers in the chat as well. But mostly just start clapping wherever you are. So yeah, that's kind of what I've been talking about with jellyfish. They can just kind of like charge at you and you just die. Like there's not really a reaction to it if it happens.
There are a bunch of clappers in the chat now.
Good stuff.
Soggy Waffle says, I wish I was a soft man.
Okay, I didn't die to the jellies that time. Ugh. So now we have another mini game. Ven is lucky enough to get 2 mini games. This is the barrel mini game. If I was at home, this would be a really convenient piss break location, but the toilet's a little too far away here, because I only have about 45 seconds, so can't really use it. But basically, in the first part, I need to get 15 barrels. In the second part, I have 2 more barrel or more urns rather than Herc. The reason I'm getting confused is because you use the barrels to get the urns quickly.
Apparently
I'm
there was a
also tired.
donation. I'm gonna go check it.
Alright, sure thing. Alright, so I got to 15. And then the next one, as I said, I just need to beat Herc. So go ahead and read that donation. Ooh.
$10 from SW says, it just happened. $10 to Terror Level 1.
Good
So
stuff.
donation incentive has been met. And another $5 donation from Walsh. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. Send this to that thing that Grig wants, Ming Lee. So that's already been met, so I don't know what to put that. Clarify in fact, $5 to Grig Lee.
Alright, well, good stuff. Now I can stop pestering people to donate. Don't worry everyone, you don't have to put any more money into your computer's PCI slot or whatever. Or CD drive, you know, whatever it is that you're using. I mean, it would still be great if you kept donating, because Beyond Blue is a good charity, but you don't have to anymore. So it looks like we are well and truly going to beat Herc here, although my score isn't that impressive. I believe the world record for this minigame is like 280. I have like a PB of 250 or so. But yeah, the 40-ish second mark is where I would have gone to alleviate myself were the bathroom closer. But it is not, so... Now that that minigame is over, we have more jellyfish, except these ones are unlikely to kill us. Instead of the jellyfish killing me, my eyes are going to kill me because the camera is going to change a bunch because of Herc yelling, "Then!" Which, if one of my buddies, Zetris, is watching this, he was probably triggered the moment I said that, and for good reason. Essentially, he's gonna say that, Herc is, and then the camera is gonna go all screwy, and it's gonna be not fun for anyone. What do I need here? I need Ignite. I need Asuna. I need a block. Pretty sure that's it. Soothing Crystal. And I forgot to look. Do I have... I do have a Pulsing Crystal. Good stuff. Oh, crud, I forgot to change my commands. I melded them, but I didn't equip the new ones. I guess sliding dash. Yeah, I think that's right. I'll put on high jump, renewal block, counter rush. My commands here don't really matter too much, honestly. As long as I have the right commands at the end game, what I have on here is somewhat irrelevant. And I need to have my my Magneris and my Blissaras on to level them. So that's what I was talking about with him saying, "Then!" And then the camera going bad. It just like zooms the camera into Herc for whatever reason. It's really irritating. But there we go. That's that jellyfish fight.
You can hear the faint muffles of the stream playing out there.
Okay, 2:30. Making good time. I've been looking at the timer every now and again, even though I know I probably shouldn't be, just because I want to know how well I'm doing.
You happy with it so far?
Yeah, really happy. Especially, like, this run hasn't been excellent, but it's been pretty decent, and I got a sub 130 in Terra Crit, which only me and one other person have ever done. So even though it wasn't a PB, it still would have been second place if my PB wasn't already. So this is Ven's bike minigame. This fight sucks. The camera is awful. The thing can attack randomly almost, and he one-hits you. So fortunately, I don't need to kill him. I just need to take off, like, less than the first health bar. Okay, I didn't die to Metamorphosis 1. Whew. Thank the heavens. There are no more fights in Ven's run that I can't stand, so that's good. So here we have another forced fight, Magnet Thunder spam. You guys know the drill by now. There needs to be a meme for Magnet Thunder spam. Everyone post your favorite memes in the chat as soon as possible. And I'll have my friend here decide what the most suitable meme to describe Magnet Thunder spam is.
Oh, I guess I'm not eligible to post memes then.
No, you are not. You are the judge.
Damn.
So there I went into Wingblade. It's not really useful, but it's a second tier command style, which I was trying to describe earlier, which is what Rhythm Mixer is. So Wingblade is a Ven exclusive second tier command style. Again, it's not really useful, but I just happened to go into it because the magnets put me into it from Thunderbolt. The finisher only has one hit, so it doesn't really exploit EXP0 at all.
The best meme from Zumi. Yeehaw.
I like it. Yeehaw. Amen.
No contest.
Hey, that's pretty good. Yeehaw, 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 yeehaw. Let's go. Alright, so now we have Metamorphosis 2 coming up after some movement. Pretty long movement section, in fact. Metamorphosis 2 is the same as Metamorphosis 1, except I actually get to fight this guy like normally. So I just realized why my menus were wrong. I actually need to have an Ignite on here. Ooh, both of my Blizzards are leveled. That means I can still have 2 sliding dashes. Alright, so I'm kind of making up the menus as I go here because I've forgotten the exact menu route, so I know what I need for all of the fights and I know what needs to get leveled up, and I'm just having that on. I imagine the same thing will happen with Aqua. I'm a lot less experienced with Ven and Aqua for starters. I'm also terrible at remembering menus, and I'm really heckin' tired right now, so all of those things combined, I don't really have the best shot at remembering stuff.
I'm not sure, but I think the donation counter just went up by 10 cents.
Nice.
At least I thought it was on 50 cents last time I looked at it.
Alright, so basically Metamorphosis 2 is a spam Ignite fight. It's the only one Ven has. The main reason for it is because we have Stitch with us, so we can't use D-Links. Ven doesn't really have any powerful command styles of his own, same as Terra, but the difference is Ven can use D-Links on all of his end boss fights, and Terra can only use them on 2 of his end boss fights, in one of which they aren't really super useful. In fact, they're not really super useful in either of them. But then he can use them in all of his end boss fights, and he gets a lot more useful D-Links. So that's why Ven is better than Terra, I guess. So yeah, basically I want to stand behind the pillar and spam Ignite, and hope he doesn't do that. I was about to say hope he doesn't spin around the room like an annoying person, but he just showed you what I was gonna say I hope he didn't do, so I don't have to tell you anymore. Stitch is doing a lot of damage this time, that's good. Whether or not Stitch does damage is completely random, so it's nice when he does do damage, obviously. Also, what attacks this thing uses are completely random. If I get lucky, he just won't spin around the room. And if he does, I can dodge it, but I didn't react quickly enough. There. My reactions aren't exactly on point, I'm pretty tired. Again, fortunately, I can put my brain to sleep for most of the Aqua run. Okay, he's gonna spin here. Okay, he stopped spinning, that's good. And finish with the shot lock, because again, damage over time cannot finish a boss.
Alright, I'm gonna go check donations again.
Alright. Okay, so now we have Neverland. Neverland involves probably the most horrid boss fight in all of the endgame, but I've gotten it consistent to the point where I almost never die. I haven't gotten the perfect strat consistent, because the perfect strat is kinda hard to pull off properly, but he hasn't killed me for a fair while now, so... but yeah, as we get into Neverland, there's not going to be any forced fights right at the start. There is one, but the first thing I have to do is I have to kill a wave of Unversed just to get some CP. Although actually I may be able to completely skip that step because I died in the OC forced fight. So yeah, never mind, I don't have to kill any Unversed, but usually I would have to kill a wave of Unversed in order to do a menu. But here I don't think I have to. So I'm just going to do the menu here, I think. Do it a screen early. Okay, I still have to. So, this wave gives a decent bit of CP. Should get my Magneras to level 3. Yep. That's all I needed to do. No big time loss or anything. Just killing some stuff. And now we are going to get second chance once more on Magnega and Blizzaga. And this is the last menu of the run, so that's pretty hype. Ooh, I'm short a balloon letter. That could be a problem, but it could also be not a problem. In fact, I'll play to make sure it isn't a problem. Good to know, though. So here is the forced fight. I'm going to Magnega, Thundara, and then I'm going to go into Snow White D-Link and spam Bashful to try and despawn the enemies, as you saw me do in one of the forced fights near the start of Ven's run. There are also some monkeys at the end of this fight, the wild bruisers. And basically, if I kill one of them with Bashful, then I keep going. If I've killed two of them with Bashful, then I revert and kill the third one with Ignite. Okay, killed two of them. Alright, and that's that. Now we are moving on to Captain Hook. The only real noteworthy thing about what's coming up before Captain Hook, actually, is there's some pretty sweet movement involving some sliding dashes. The main one being that I get to sliding dash through a rock if I angle it correctly, which hopefully I will. I've done it twice, ever, but I've only attempted it like half a dozen times, so... But that said, my consistency of that particular strategy is not perfect, so... Yeah, the first thing that I'm going to have to do is in this next screen, I'm going to use an Ignite immediately. The reason for that is because I need to wait for the sliding dash to load, because if I was to use it in midair when it hadn't loaded, I would get put into the D-Link loading animation and it would put me on the ground, which in that case would be in the water. And the whole point is to sliding dash over the water, so that doesn't really help anyone. So I use the Ignite because whenever it goes off, that means my commands are loaded, and then I can just double sliding dash. Also, I wasn't close enough to the ledge, so now I can't sliding dash through the rock, which is the main reason I've only tried it a couple of times. because I always end up doing that. So instead I just combo the enemy into it. But there's like a tiny gap in a part of that rock. And basically you can just sliding dash through that. So the strategy for Hook is to hit him into the crocodile, ignite immediately, ignite as soon as it comes off cooldown, go into Mickey D-Link, get hit off to a certain ledge after doing a sliding dash or two for more damage, and then use the finisher. And pretty much every single part of that I just described can go wrong. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so the only thing that can go wrong now is where he hits me. So obviously that wasn't perfect because it didn't kill him, but it was pretty damn close to it. So that's Hook. That fight went as well as I could have hoped for a marathon. The only thing was that I did just under-damage him ever so slightly. What that'll mean is that the sliding dashes didn't hit as many times as they can, so they each have 3 hits. So I guess one of them hit twice when they're supposed to both hit 3 times, or something along those lines. I don't actually know how many times they have to hit for the strat to work, so I'm just kind of throwing numbers out. And then for the next 2 fights, we get to use Sword Bill, which is Peter Pan's D-Link ability. You've seen it before when I fought Vanitas as Terra. It's like the most powerful finisher in the game at level 1. And let's just say these aren't really final boss fights.
It's just past 6 AM.
Ugh.
How much underestimate do you think you'll be?
A fair bit.
Cool.
My runs have been quite good, so the estimate was really, really lenient.
Yeah. That'll help because we've been quite a bit behind schedule.
Yeah. So we have like a bunch of cutscene skips before the final bosses, so if you want to check donations, you've got plenty of time to read 1 or 2.
Yeah, the donation counter hasn't gone up.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
Yeah, I made note of the number.
So, a fun thing to note, I guess, once you kill Hook, like based on the way I split, which is on final hit of Hook, between final hit of Hook and final hit of the game, there is more movement and cutscene skipping than there is boss fights. And there's 2 boss fights, just in terms of how long it takes if you beat them both first try. And it's a fairly significant amount more too. It's like 4 minutes and 40 seconds of cutscene skipping and movement, and then about 3 minutes and 44 minutes of boss fights. So there's a good minute more movement and cutscene skipping. Just some nice, irrelevant information for everyone. Damn, I didn't do quite enough rolls. Okay, so here I have to dodge these tornadoes. I didn't really mention it in Terra because he can kind of just fly past everything. Basically, I need to continually get a different tornado after me because that resets their speed and they gradually accelerate. With Ven and Aqua, it's kind of difficult because you don't move as fast. Ven less so because you have 2 sliding dashes and that kind of just makes everything easy movement-wise. But for Aqua especially, it can be difficult because she doesn't have any sliding dashes at that point, depending on where you do your final menu. So here I need to make sure that I am keyed over Balloon Letter, because that is crucial to the strat for the second boss fight, like the final boss. For this boss, it's irrelevant. Balloon Letter just refills your D-Link gauge, and I need to use it immediately going into the second boss fight. So I need to make sure I have the cursor over it, ready to go. So another thing to note is that there is a faster strat for the first of these 2 bosses. I don't do it because it looks really difficult and kind of inconsistent. Well, it's consistent, but inconsistent in the sense that there would be a lot of user error. Whereas this strat, there's a little bit of RNG involved, but it's a lot easier. And the RNG doesn't ever kill you, it just means the fight takes longer. Oh, okay, I wasn't meant to go into that immediately, but that doesn't matter. I made a mistake there. As long as I don't get bad RNG, it won't matter. Just means my D-Link is going to run out a bit sooner than I would like. So here I need to fill up the D-Link gauge, or the command gauge, as I'm sure you could probably expect. I just got fucking sucker punched. That's $4 in the swear jar. Oh, jeez. Well, I guess now I can avoid that mistake that I made. So that's nice. I meant to go into the D-Link after I do this part.
Looks like the donation tracker's gone up, so I'll go read that one.
Sure thing. I would appreciate it if you kind of waited until the end of this run, actually. So now I need to wait around for him to do that. And then I go like, what the heck?
Just let me know.
So, alright, so when he dives like that, what you're supposed to do is roll over the black spot and then target him and then hit him with Sword Bill. But for whatever reason, when I rolled over the black spot, it didn't make him jump out of the ground. So maybe I just missed because I was getting hit by the fireballs, which, like, by the way, is really unfortunate RNG that they happen to be there, but I'm not entirely sure how that went down. Okay, he's diving. That's bad. Please dive a 3rd time. Okay, he is. Good stuff. I got good RNG there. So because he dived again, that meant it killed. If he was not going to dive again, it wouldn't have killed because the animation would have ended sooner. So he would have been out of the Sword Bill sooner. So that's that fight down. Those 2 deaths were unfortunate, but sometimes there's not much you can do. This fight is really fast, so if you just want to do it when I'm switching characters, I'd just rather wait. So here I need to Balloon Letter immediately, and then he is going to be hitting me as the Balloon Letter finishes. I need to use the D-Link in the middle of his attacks and then smack him out of his combo. And then I one-hit loop him until he teleports, guard, and then just keep doing the same thing until Sword Bill is there. And then he's dead, and we have one more thing to do. We go into his second phase, where everything that happens is RNG, basically. So I need to kind of concentrate here. Okay, so basically I need to wait until I hear him attack and then use the shot lock and get these kind of like clashes off. I need to get 4 of them off and then I can kill him. He can teleport to me and he can teleport to me with effectively no audio cue and just smack me, and if that happens, it's very hard to recover. Okay, we got good enough RNG that I didn't die. So now I have a finisher called Last Word, and that is the end of Ven Crit. So I'm going to get to the vet credit screen, and then I'm going to soft reset and do Aqua. Go ahead and read any donations you have.
We have a $5.25 donation from It David. Yeehaw, 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 brother Grig. Thanks for the donation.
Thanks, David. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. I'm assuming that that is the David I play Final Fantasy XIV with. In which case, yeehaw, brother. So that was a 128. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I mean, it could have been better, but it's not terrible. I'll take it.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay, so now we just have Aqua left. This is the last of the 3 runs, and then I just have Final and Secret Stories, which are kind of just like wrapping everything up. So we have about an hour and a half left, roughly, depending on how well I play, obviously. I'm not certain because I don't remember what world record is, and I don't know exactly how long Final and Secret Story take, but I could be on pace for like close to world record here, depending on, again, how well I play. I don't think I will world record though, just based on what I know of the times that Sonic got in his All Stories crit run. But still, it'd be nice to get a decent time on the leaderboards. Like, this will be a PB for me, quite certainly. My PB isn't very good in this category, to say the least. So, Softman better have enabled them past broadcasts, because this is my PB. Hooray. So, again, with orbs, I need to hit them into each other. Hopefully I did so just there, but it doesn't look like I did. I may have, actually. So those orbs were pretty decent. So Aqua is, as I have said, the most powerful character of the 3, and you are going to see immediately, as soon as I fight the first boss, why that is. Because after orbs, she gets a command style called Spellweaver. And to anyone who hasn't seen Spellweaver before, you are going to laugh at how much damage I do right at the very start of the game. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people who haven't seen runs of this before were probably pretty shocked by Sword Bill, But to me, this is more shocking that a character can do what she can do right at the start, even though it doesn't quite do as much as Swordville. So we start at Castle of Dreams. And again, as with Ven, Aqua does not need to put on EXP 0 in the world map. She can do it in her first other menu because she doesn't have a forced fight. She also has her escort right at the start of the world. So this is by far the worst of the 3 escorts in my opinion. It's the most random and it's the most annoying and difficult to learn. I'd also just like to note that I wish I was as strong as Aqua is in terms of upper body strength. This chick can cartwheel with one hand constantly without getting tired. Mad respect. I mean, maybe it's because she's supposed to be like a magic user, whereas Terra is like big muscle man and Ven is like somewhere in between. So she's just like magically imbued her arm with like no feelings or something. I don't know. I'm probably reading too much into it. I'm tired.
Aren't we all?
Yeehaw, brother. Let's go.
All 2 of us.
Yeah, all 2 of us. Softy's over there having a nice old nap.
Yeah, he's pretty out.
I've seen him move a couple of times. But
Yeah.
I don't know if that means he woke up or he's just having a really good dream.
He just like rolled over twice. When you don't quite switch over to chat only before the ad plays.
Dang. So here, I need to buy 2 blizzards and a sliding dash. Alright, so now we do Jacques Escort, or Jacques, I don't know, it's J-A-Q, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that, to be honest. If it was J-A-C-Q-U-E-S, I would know it's Jacques, but J-A-Q, I'm not sure.
It's pronounced Yek.
Yek. I mean, he is kind of like Spanish sounding. Although we won't get to hear that because skip all cutscenes, but just like his accent, not the way he speaks. I doubt Spanish people would say Flinderelli instead of Cinderella. He almost never spawns that way, so that was some bad RNG, I guess. Come on, run. Run, little mouse. Yeah, he spawned, like, a wave that he almost never spawns, along with all of the regular ones. And that messed up the strat. So that's unlucky, but this is a marathon. Okay, and that's the end of the escort. Now we fight Cursed Coach. If I do it right, this should look ridiculously easy. If I do it wrong, well, let's not talk about that.
If you do it wrong, blame the time.
Yeah, yeah, let's just assume from now on that if I do anything wrong, it's because I'm really tired. I'm gonna go with that. Okay, so, Cursed Coach.
We're 3 hours in so far.
Yep. Basically, I need to get into Spellweaver as soon as possible, and then if I can get off a full Spellweaver attack combo, the final hit will knock him over, and then from there it's home free. Do not. That was really, really bad RNG. He spun around the room for a really long time, and then he decided to fucking spin slash me. That's $5. Oh, please don't do this again. Okay, well, now he's using this. Oh no, don't do that, dude. Are you kidding me? One more blizzard would have killed him.
Unfortunate.
Oh, so again, I got really, really unlucky there. He hit me out of the finisher that would have basically confirmed his death. And then he started jumping around when I was in Spellweaver. Okay, I should have him this time. So those patterns were really, really unfortunate. And your average Aqua crit runner would have just reset on the spot the first time he started running around the room, most likely. Well, I don't have that luxury right now. This is the unfortunate thing about Aqua that makes me not really like her run as much, as well as I don't really like the broken aspect of it, is that a lot of her boss fights are really, really random, and that just kind of puts me off. I don't mind RNG and drops so much, but RNG in boss fights is just... not good. But we got through it. If there was one run that I didn't mind tanking, it was this one. So, guess it's a good thing it was lost when I'm really tired. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do when I enter this world is go pick up Poison. Just the damage over time spell, useful for Magic Mirror and one other boss fight later on. And then I'm going to head over to do Ice Cream Collection. You might be asking yourself, ice cream? Why are you collecting ice cream in a video game? That's a good question. You know that Spellweaver thing does a lot of damage? Basically, with ice creams that I can get later on by collecting ice creams earlier on in a few different places, I can put myself into Spellweaver without needing other commands. So that's a crucial part of Aqua's endgame. Ooh. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. So I'm going to over-collect here for 2 reasons. First off, if I mess up fights, I have excess ice creams. Second off, I need ice creams for final story. And because of the way it works, your final story and secret story stuff carry over whatever you had in your Aqua playthrough. And so because this is going to be my Aqua playthrough, I need to make sure that I get some extra stuff. For that reason, I actually have notes on my phone. I may end up needing to pull them out at some point because I'm not as familiar with the menus for this, I guess, version of the category. So yeah. I'm really tired. This menu is not looking good. I also just realized I may have forgotten a chest. Yeah, I did. So I need that. My bad. Okay. So now we have Magic Mirror coming up, which I fought as Terra before. And I remember having some trouble with it. If everything goes well this time, I'm gonna have the opposite of trouble. I'm going to completely annihilate that boss. And you'll wonder why I had so much trouble with Terra after seeing it. I guess this is another case where 2 characters fight the exact same boss in the exact same place. But there are no cases besides Trinity Armor where all 3 do. And thinking about it, I think this is the only other one where even 2 of them do. But I could be wrong there. I'm too tired to try and think of all of the boss fights. So again, we want to try and keep poison on him for the damage over time. Get into Spellweaver. Damn, missed the snipe. That's unfortunate.
You know what the stream needs right about now?
I might not kill here. Yeah, I'm not going to.
Hint, it's some donations.
Why did the camera have to do that, dude?
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. If there's one thing that I don't like in this game, it's the lock-on feature and the way the camera works when you're not locked onto something. And even when you are sometimes.
If someone in chat donated, then that wouldn't have happened. Guaranteed.
It was also my fault, I did mess up. Like, I messed up the strat besides just the obvious. I don't think that poison hit, it doesn't matter too much though. Oh, okay, well I got the snipe that time, but I was slow, so I didn't block. Oh, jeez. Okay. Gotta snap myself out of it. That was just to wake myself up. I'm good now, I'm pumped. Sorry about this, guys. I have been practicing this. I did a practice run of Aqua and got a 123 just before this run, but I'm just really tired. He's doing spinny every time. Okay, so that time I got the snipe as you're supposed to. So that's nice. Okay, so he should die here if I did that right. Yep.
Nice.
So that's how the fight should have looked the first time, but I can't brain.
Zumi says, okay, it's 7 in the morning, don't die, Grig, I'm going to bed. Also,
I'll
yeehaw.
try, Zumi. Yeehaw, 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 yeehaw. Sleep well, Zumi. I'm sad that you couldn't be here, dude.
We love you, Zumi. Shoutouts to Zumi.
Yeah, shoutouts to Zumi. Shoutouts to shoutouts. I'm gonna get a bit more comfy here.
Shoutouts to people who give shoutouts. Shoutouts to myself.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to myself.
Shoutouts to twitch.tv/iamGrig.
Yep, reminder to give that guy a follow. He's a heckin' beast. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
A heckin' beast who is going to be incredibly burnt out on this game and probably not play it again for another 6 months after this. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Follow me to see no streams. Well, I'm really doing well of selling myself, aren't I?
Yeah.
Just goes to show that I didn't do this to gain a following. I did it to help out a good cause. Reminder to donate to, what is it again? Beyond Blue. I know what the charity's for, I just don't remember what it's called.
Yes, Beyond Blue. Yeah. They're a charity. They're pretty good. Would you say so?
I would say so, for sure. Also doing it to help Softy out, because I know he didn't get too many submissions for this marathon, so the 5-hour run definitely helps. Especially given someone actually dropped out on Monday.
Yeah, so now we have a lot of spare time tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll have like a spare run to submit if nothing else fills that gap.
Alright, so. Oh, god damn it. So here I'm going to be doing some neat movement tech. It's called Ice Barrage movement by the community. Because it's the...
What?
Oh. The goons in this room are really annoying. It's called Ice Barrage movement by the community because it is, funnily enough, the movement used to obtain Ice Barrage. So if I can just angle myself right... Okay, I didn't get it perfectly, but you can get it without the ledge grab, but I got it with the ledge grab. That room is really annoying because the goons are just all over you, but we got it. So here, funnily enough, we want to get people in magnets. I kind of figured that would happen, to be honest. I usually die in this fight for that very reason. I end up getting low because of the goons in the Ice Barrage room just messing me up. Okay, so here, funnily enough, we want to spam magnet to get all of them into a magnet if possible, and also to get into Spell Weaver. I just got hit by something that I couldn't see. Okay, so that was a bit of a bad goons one, but it fine.
You did the it.
If you guys want to see Aquacrit actually be played well, I strongly suggest checking out the speedrun.com page and looking at some of the top runs. There aren't really any really skilled active runners right now, but the top runs are very impressive to watch. So it's speedrun.com/KHBBSFM. Might be HD after that. I think it's KHBBSFMHD. So if you want to check out that speedrun.com page, you'll see a lot of good runs in all of the categories. I also strongly recommend everyone pick up TerraCrit level 1 because there is an 11-minute gap between second and third place currently, and I want it to be filled as soon as possible. Thank you. Whoever put these enemies in the game really needs to question their life choices.
I bet it was Zoomy.
Probably. So, the unfortunate thing about the goons is that they can just kill you really easily, and they don't give you any warning when they're going to attack. There's not really any wind up, they just kind of hit you. So you have to be really careful. I usually don't die in Goons 2, but, you know, I'm tired as all hell. This is a marathon, etc.
It is 6:36 a.m.
Thank you.
I haven't slept in like 21 hours.
Yeah, I woke up at 1 p.m., so I'm not doing too badly, but I'm not doing too goodly either. And that waking up at 1 p.m., that was only after, like, maybe 7 or... Yeah, 7 hours sleep? Hang on, I went to bed at, like, 7 in the morning. So 6 hours sleep. So it's not like it was, you know, 1 p.m. from a full night's restful sleep.
Yeah, I had about 7 hours.
I pretty much die if I don't get at least 8, and I prefer 9. So I'm very much running on empty here. I'm also really hungry, and that does not help.
Would you like a pony?
That's not really gonna help. If anything, it'll probably just make me hungrier.
Yeah, I'm probably thirstier because they're so salty.
Mm-hmm. Where are the rest of the goons? What didn't I kill? How the heck did one of them get... Whatever. I don't know what happened there at all. This fight takes too much concentration for my currently undersized brain. Okay, well, that's the only really complicated mob fight, so I think I should be good from here. I should be able to switch my brain off for the rest of this run and hopefully just get by on instinct. So we are heading towards Dragon Maleficent. Dragon Maleficent is a pretty straightforward boss. I'm gonna run behind her, spam some commands, and spellweave her. There is some slight RNG to the fight as to whether or not you get something called flightless, which is pretty self-explanatory. Either she flies or she doesn't. I'm also not too sure if I've forgotten something or not. I don't remember getting a certain item, and I guess we'll see in this menu. If I did forget it, that means I need to grind for it. I did forget it. Excellent. Not even gonna bother finishing that menu, because I need to do some Snow White grinding. This is actually done by the world record. He skips the same chest that I forgot, but it involves RNG, so I didn't intend on doing it in this marathon run. I got it first try. That's nice. So, I just unintentionally saved time. If I could get a round of applause, that would be very nice. I meant to not do the RNG thing, but I did the RNG thing, and I got it first try. Oh. Forgot high jump. I need to move around a bit to make sure my commands are recharged by the time I get to the boss fight. Again, I am famous for forgetting menus. I do it quite a lot, so this was expected. I'm just hoping that I can remember everything I need to for the final and secret stories stuff. There's nothing too complicated, but I will probably have to pull out my notes at some point during this run and look at them. Fortunately, I do not currently need to use the bathroom, so I may be able to use the bathroom break to do that, which would be nice and convenient. I almost got flightless there. Ah, god damn it. So you can snipe her with Ice Barrage while she's flying, but obviously it didn't really work there because the lock-on is kinda buggy. Okay, so I sniped her with it there, and that got the kill.
Sweet.
Oh, jeez. So, something I guess I'll mention, because I guess I never really talked about it. There was a time where critical speedruns were not done at level 1, because people didn't realize how much more powerful you were. Just for reference, I guess, the proud category for Terra, which in fairness doesn't have a proper route. It's just been people doing random runs, making up the route on the spot. But the current fastest time in that is 1 hour and 54 minutes. So you have to think that doing crit without level 1 would have to take at least that long, probably longer. So here I'm picking up another fleeting crystal. Now I need to kill these scrappers without getting hit. 2 of them should be enough, that's overgrinding as it is. So basically there it was just getting CP to make sure that my Thunders hit level 2 in the next forced fight. Touched the save there to get health because I was on literally 1 HP. So after this, I'm gonna do some melds and a quick menu, and then we will get to fight Trinity Armor as Aqua. So you'll all get to see how, just how much more broken than the other 2 characters Aqua is, since that's kind of a direct correlation. They all have the same fight, the same moves, whatever, but Aqua has Spell Weaver, and the other 2 do not.
Based on how this run is going, do you think you can give an estimate?
Of when I'll finish?
Yeah.
I would say we're looking at 445, 450.
Or,
Like in terms of that's when the timer will be at.
yeah, yeah.
There we go, got the birds.
I don't know how the Mystic Figure donation incentive will...
The incentive or whatever is for me to try to beat him for 20 minutes. So if I beat him before then, great, but otherwise it will take 20 minutes. Which honestly, I don't think I'm gonna beat him in this state. I've beat him twice ever, so... Which, I mean, I haven't exactly grinded him enough to say that that's, like, too bad. But he is a very hard boss.
Yeah.
Basically, I need to get lucky to beat him. And also focus incredibly hard. I don't have a level 1 Thunder, do I? Okay, no. Good. But yeah, I mean, half the reason that I set the 520 estimate was because of the mysterious figure incentive. Because that way, if I get a decent run in this, then the incentive can fit within the estimate.
Yeah.
In honesty, I don't know exactly how long Final and Secret Story are gonna take. It's like somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes between them, I think. But if I knew that a bit better, I could give a better estimate.
It's funny how we got, like, so far behind schedule, not from, like, people going over time, but just technical difficulties between, like, setups and stuff.
It's not really surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so if I do this correctly, I did it correctly. Okay, I didn't quite get a full ice barrage there, which is kind of unfortunate. So we already only have 1 part left. And that's Trinity Armor. So, if you compare that with Terra and Ven's fights, there's a pretty clear difference between the characters. And now we have to fight our old pal Vanitas, who is... I really don't like the Vanitas fights. They're all really random. Aquas especially. This one's pretty consistent though, so that's nice. I always end up in the water there, and there's like no reason to be in the water. If anything, it's worse because of those mandrake things. So here I need to go slightly out of the way, in 2 screens I think, to get a final report or a secret report. That is the last item that I need on this profile to unlock secret story and final story. For whatever reason, it was designed so that in the category you don't have to pick up any of the reports in the run. I think the main reason was to avoid having to do Mirage Arena as Terra at level 1, because that would be a nightmare in a speedrun. I personally think you should have to collect all of them in the run, but it doesn't really matter, and I would lose a lot of time doing that, so if anything, I'm grateful that that's how it is for a run like this, because it's already long enough as it is. So yeah, here I just need to pick this up. That's the last report I need, and I need to save this file to make sure that I get secret story and stuff. And the reason that you have to collect that one, I guess, is because you have to make sure that the aqua from your run is the same aqua you get in final story and secret story. That is one of the main things. Because otherwise you could just set up a file where you have a bunch of stuff all ready to do secret story and final story as Aqua, and you would not have gotten any of that stuff in the run. It would just be cheating, basically. So I got lucky here, the first magnet hit. From there, it's literally just spamming commands and keeping it in a magnet. This is the only version of this guy that can be affected by magnet, so as much as I would love to sit here doing this for all of the Vanitas fights, it isn't a thing that you can do. And if you're wondering why I'm holding on to Spellweaver, it's so that I can kill him immediately with it when I use it, so that I don't have to start up the loop again, because you're only going to build to 1 Spellweaver anyway, so the next magnet, I can use it and it'll kill. That was a really good cutscene skip.
Real graveyard hours, hit like if you up.
What?
Nice trophy.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this profile has never completed Aqua's story before, so that's why I got that trophy. That's another thing with BBS speedruns, is that all runners have a bunch of different profiles because different runs require different saves to be pre-existing in order for the runs to be optimal. So in this, it's an already cleared file for Terra and Ven with all of the reports collected, and then you do Terra and Ven first and second in either order, and that way you won't get extra cutscenes, and then you do Aqua, and you will get extra cutscenes on Aqua, but you have to on at least one of them. For Terra or Ven speedruns, you can have an Aqua clear file. For Ven, you could have Terra or Aqua. You just need to have a clear file and no other clear files for one of the characters that you're not playing, sort of thing. So for Terra speedruns, I play with a profile that has an Aqua clear save and nothing else. And that way I don't get extra cutscenes. Which it's really weird that it works that way, but that's just how it is. So coming up is the literal worst part of this entire game. Anyone who runs this will agree with this entirely. It's Aqua's bike minigame, also known as Gotcha Take That. You'll find out why people call it that in a second. Nanopus, the guy who has the world record in Aqua Crit currently, he has the, like, I guess, most up-to-date notes for this category. And for this section, his notes say, do the worst minigame of all time and probably cry. So, I think that about sums it up. No one likes this. But hopefully I can get through it mostly unscathed. But I'm gonna leave this with some carpal tunnel, I can tell you that much. And hopefully not, but maybe a few scars as well.
Mild case of carpal tunnel, no biggie.
Alright, I need to get in position to mash. Okay.
Need back support for this.
Yeah. Well, if I'm in a better position, I'll be able to mash more comfortably, meaning less carpal tunnel. Great camera. I dig it,
Really good.
TBH. So essentially there are two ways you can play this. You can go to the corner like where I am and mash, and they are less likely to charge at you and kill you. Or you can sit in the middle and spam and you'll hit them more, but they will also hit you more. Obviously, it being a marathon, I'm playing it safe, but I play it safe anyway. I will probably head to the middle later on into the minigame when there's less of them there. But for now, I'm gonna sit out here. Try to kill as many of these fools as I can. Fortunately, it's 3 hits to kill you, and the orbs that they drop are full heals, so that's really nice. It's like 1 saving grace, I guess. So now that there's not many left, I feel a lot safer coming into the middle. Okay. My thumb hurts, but I didn't die, and I don't have any mental scarring. So that's good.
And it's over. We don't have to do that again.
Yeah, no more bike mini games. We've done all 3, and hopefully now you can all see why I say Terra's is the best, because there's no shitty camera. Well, the camera's not great, but there's no shitty camera that can cause you to die. There's no annoying stuff like in that gotcha take that thing, no randomness, you just mash X.
No annoying stuff.
Also, I am at
Is
$7
inaccurate.
now. Yeehaw.
I missed any swears that were said. Although I'm so tired, I'm like starting to zone out and feel really weird physically.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
6:57 a.m. 6:58 a.m. We're approaching that 7 o'clock mark.
So now we have another forced fight, and then a menu, and then a boss. This boss is the only boss in Aqua Crit that can one-hit you, so let's just hope I don't mess it up. It doesn't require too much conscious thought, so...
Want a bowl of cereal after this?
I want a bowl of cereal and directions to the nearest place that sells food and or beverages that'll be open at this hour.
I have no idea.
So yeah, this is pretty much just your stock standard forced fight. Use magnets and thunders, kill things. Now I need to put on poison and then we'll head over to Gantu. It's worth noting. Hang on. It's worth noting that there was a route where you did not do Gantu at this point. You left the world and came back to the world later when you had more stuff and then killed him, and it's much easier. But I have never in my life learned that route. This was the route when I learned the game. And I wasn't about to learn a route that is that slightly easier, you know, just for a marathon run. I didn't feel like it was necessary. The other thing is it does eliminate RNG, but I mean, I gotta save time, man. Gotta go fast. So here we activate this thingy. We jump around. I can't make it to that one. I can from here though. And now we are in the Gantu fight. So the main thing with Gantu is he has 2 attacks that'll one-hit me, and then the rest of his stuff is either just walking around aimlessly or shooting his gun. I want to try to make him shoot his gun, so I'm going to try to stay as far away from him as possible when he is not shooting his gun, because that will make him shoot his gun most of the time. That's pretty much everything you need to know about this fight. It's fine, I expect to get hit there. It's part of the way I do this. Okay, I accidentally did Stitch there, but that's fine. Okay, at this point I should be safe to Spellweaver, and that's the kill. And that's gone too. As in, gone to the gone zone. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I can get comfy again now.
Post 7 a.m. yeehaws.
Yeehaw. So now I need to re-enter this world, and this is where the RNG comes in. I need to grind for ice creams, and since I have already beat the boss of this world, there's like a random chance as to whether or not they spawn. I would call it about 50-50, but I don't actually know for certain whether or not that's accurate. So either I get them or I don't. Didn't get them. My PB is 4 tries. I think the word for worst ice cream luck is like 8 or something. I'm not too sure though. Okay, second try is fine. That's still faster than not doing early Gantu route. And that should be more than enough, which is perfect because I want more than enough. Alright, so in Olympus Coliseum, I'm going to do 10 rounds, which are kind of the same as Terra's, but I think it's round 6 or 7 for Aqua is really annoying. But her jellies are really easy, is the trade-off. There's also a forced fight out the front here. And then after that, I'm going to go to Disney Town to get the loadout or whatever from all those ice creams I've been collecting.
Softman's got a nose whistle.
Alright. So, that's that forced fight, and now I'm going to collect a little bit more ice cream in this world. And the reason we collected in 3 different worlds, because you may be wondering, well, why not just get it all at once in the first world, or something to that effect. Each world drops different types of ice cream ingredients, if you will. And we need ingredients from each of these 3 worlds to make the type of ice cream that we want. So, it was necessary to get the ingredients from all of these worlds. Wow. Amazing. Yee-hoo.
I have to wake up Softman shortly because I am pretty much ready to pass out.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure he'll understand.
I'll try and make it a bit longer, but
Now, there is a menu after 10 rounds, I'm pretty sure. So, gotta do that. Yeah, there's a shop after 10 rounds. And then Fruit Bowl, I am going to... I need to magnet. Fruit Bowl, I am going to pull out my phone and look at notes and potentially try to take a bathroom break as well. Okay, that's the round that I was calling annoying before. We got through it, so that's good. So after round 10, we get to what I would call Aqua's end game, because that's the point where she already has everything she needs to finish the game. It's just a matter of actually finishing the game. Uses pretty much the same thing for the rest of the bosses from there. And here, I don't gotta worry about these jellies, because I can just mash X. Hooray for iframes. So, again, we're going to leave the world. This time, we're going to come back to it later. So, I might need that sliding dash. I don't need fire dash. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need those blizzards. I don't need that mine square. I don't need that mine square. Don't need poison. I don't need ice barrage. The reason I'm selling so much here as well is because I'm going to need extra money. For now, I'm just going to buy the stuff that I would normally need, which is 3 ignites, 2 cures, a sooner, barrier. And I'm gonna check the notes to figure out exactly what it is that I need at the end game for final and secret stories. So here we're gonna cash in on all our hard work getting that ice cream. We're gonna get hopefully 99 Fabricadabras, which will put us straight into Spellweaver. And then we're going to start Fruit Bowl, which is the most opportune time for me to go to the bathroom. So I'm about to run down a hallway like a lunatic and hopefully not disturb anyone.
Someone in chat wants to know, do you have to buy a 2.5 to get this game?
You do not. You can get it on PSP, but you can't really do speed runs on the PSP version, at least not of crit level 1.
Yeah, so to get this game on the PS3, you need to buy the...
Yeah,
2.5?
to get this game on the PS3, you need to buy 2.5. Be right back. I think there might be rules or something, so I'll just stick around to skip that. Yep. Okay.
Sick. There goes our boy. A PS4 port for 1.5 and 2.5, what is the point though? It would literally just be higher resolution. Here comes our boy. That's quite a fun.
Alright. So all I need to do is beat these guys, which is why I have plenty of time to do stuff. Because as you can see, they're not very good at this game. In truth, I could have been a lot slower at the bathroom and still made it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Basically, all you need to do here is hit triangle to hit things up into the air, and then hit X to aim. You can also bump by hitting triangle, and that'll shoot whatever it is directly at the shoes. But it's better to just go for goals than to try to disrupt the shoes. Alright. My phone is here somewhere.
Soft Man Awakens.
Okay, so...
When Softman gets back, I might get him to watch the stream set up and I might take a nap.
Okay, yeah, sure thing. Okay, so I need fire and bind. That's what I thought. That's all I needed to know.
I've been up for 22 hours on 7 hours sleep.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm getting towards my...
Limit.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I've been up for like 19 now, I think, on about 5 or 6, with like maybe a 1 hour nap somewhere. Because I did sleep a little bit in the plane,
Wait,
but it probably
19, it
wasn't
would've
an
been
hour.
From 1 p.m.?
Yeah.
So it would have been 18?
I don't know, something like that. Also remember, where I live is an hour forward, or half an hour forward, so I lost half an hour in transit. Because I live in Victoria.
Yeah.
Alright, so I forgot to do a menu, but it doesn't matter because I can do it here. Where you do it really doesn't matter at all as long as you do it. I was kind of in a hurry to go to the bathroom. So yeah. Okay, command decks. Yep, melt commands.
I was honestly expecting to like sleep before this run and wake up like part way into it.
You end up keeping me company for most of it.
Yeah. I've been here
Whoops.
for at least 2 hours now.
Okay. So now I have my Fabricadabras and my Ignites. We are good to go. So this is Zach 1. You may remember me spamming Ignites on this guy as Terra. And also talking about another strat that I wanted to do that was way faster but risky. Well, not way faster. It probably saves like 20 seconds, but you know, faster. Yeah, Zach 1's really easy for Aqua. So Ignite, Fabra, Spellweaver. And we'll see ya. Ignite, Fabra, Spellweaver. And we will see you later, Zach. Have a nice flight.
Wesley just told me to go to sleep.
Well, if he's awake, that's good, because his run is after mine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. If he's there, oh, well, he's watching, so I guess he knows, because he'll be hearing and stuff. But yeah, this run will be over in not much more than an hour. Like, I'm gonna be underestimate, so... But then there is the 20-minute donation incentive as well, so he has time. But yeah, so, here we need to use Fabras, and then we have to hope that Hades is in a position where I can hit him and Ice Colossus at the same time with Spellweaver. And then we have to hope Hades does not DM. And if both of those things happen, then we have a perfect fight. But neither of those things will happen most likely, and I'll have to run with what I get. I really don't like this fight because it's way too random. Yep, so we got bad RNG there. So that means I need to do this for one Spellweaver. Then I want to ignite this guy a few times to get some damage in. Because Ignite doesn't work on Hades, and I don't have enough Fabras to be able to kill both of them individually with just Spellweavers. If I can hit them both at once, that's a different story. Now I've just got to hope that Hades doesn't DM. And he just DM'd. So
What happens now?
what happens now is I kind of have to back it up, I guess. Problem is, when he DMs once, he tends to DM twice, and 3 times, and 4 times, and it's completely random and really hard to react to. Okay, so that'll hit him with a full spell weaver. I just need one more to kill him. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and build it up.
Hurts.
There is a reason that that strat is not advised. Also, I just realized something, but it doesn't matter right now.
I'm gonna go take a nap.
Alright, sleep well, man.
Soft man mindless stream, I guess. See ya.
So, a mistake that I made that would have saved me that fight, is I forgot to put on Renewal Barrier. Which means I do not have second chance currently. I only have once more, which isn't really helpful for this fight. But it's fine. Just means I can't get hit. Easy. Where the heck is Hades? I really dislike the camera in this game. Alright, I'm gonna toss one Fabra and then spam ignites in the hopes of building up a spell weaver without needing to use as many ice creams. And yeah, he DM'd again anyway. I kind of expected that. This fight really sucks. There's very little I can do about the fact that he just likes to keep DMing. Oh geez, I didn't mean to go into Blade Charge. That changes things. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this. That should be enough damage to where I can kill with 2 Spellweavers though, so as long as he doesn't DM and block a Spellweaver with it, I should be fine. And I did get a bit of damage out of that. I hate this boss, so I need to die here. There's no way I can kill him quickly. The only thing I would have had that I could do would be to hit him with the other Spellweaver and then Bubble Blast and use physical combos, which dying to reset the fight is just quicker. And unfortunately, as I've said, this fight is just RNG. He can just DM a bunch of times and it messes you up. And I'm not getting good RNG with the start pattern either, which doesn't help at all. Oh my god, stop! I'm not even gonna bother. The moment you waste one Spellweaver, it's just done. For fuck's sake. That's $8. He went to the right spot this time, thank God. So that makes things a lot more pleasant. Oh, and Frosty Frozen too. Well, for that reason, I'm gonna just do another Spellweaver on him, because that'll take him out of the... Wait, what the heck was that? I don't understand half of this game. I'm really tired and I'm getting screwed over by Hades. This fight is so... This fight makes me flaccid. What the heck is this? I love it when the main mistake that you've made in a run is pretty much RNG. Like, this is why I don't really like Aqua speedruns as much as the other two. Because once you get to the end game, she just has bosses like this where it's literally random. I have no control over what they decide to do. One of those deaths was my fault though, because I chose to kill Hades first, and I forgot that that is a cardinal sin, which is my bad. I know that in my head it is a cardinal sin, but I just forgot. This time, if I don't kill him, I'm gonna be really sad. Okay, this should come so close to killing that it isn't funny. Then I literally need to hit him once with Spellweaver. I got Blade Charge. Woo lad. Well, what I'm gonna do... So I'm gonna get as far away from him as I can. I'm gonna use Bubble Blaster. Hopefully. Thank goodness. Oh, okay, well. That is by no means the hardest boss in this run. No means the hardest boss anywhere. It's an easy boss, it's just random. And unfortunately, I got really, really bad luck there. So, I'm not going to be as far under estimate anymore. Probably be closer to 5 hours, but I'll still be under. I think. This is looking to not be a sub 130 Aqua crit, I'm going to say. Which is kind of unfortunate. My main goal was to sub 130 in all 3 categories, but I don't know if that's on the cards anymore. I might be able to scratch it in or scrape it in just barely, but I need to not die to any more fights, and the next fight coming up is also entirely RNG, so if the game keeps treating me how it has been. Now, I should probably put that on before I forget. So the meme for this world is in the fabled Nana notes. It says, go around in a giant circle because plot. And that's quite literally what I'm doing. If you were paying attention, there were like Indian hut type things in the starting room. Just try and keep that picture in your mind, because that is the same room, that one that I spawned in, that I fight the boss in. But I just have to go around in a giant circle first. I don't even have to fight anything, I just have to go in a circle. Not too sure why she decided to barrier there. It was definitely holding a direction, but okay. Alright, let's see if I can actually remember where all of these things are this time. Hooray. And 2 more screens. But this next area should be starting to look familiar, because it's the second room I was in. And now we go back to that little camp thing, and then fight the boss. Alright, so the way this boss works, I need to hit him about 10 times to get him to do something so that I can punish it with Spellweaver. I also need to do a set amount of damage so that Spellweaver will kill. So basically I'm going to be spamming ignites. The thing is, he has a completely random chance to either dodge or teleport away from anything that targets him. So every ignite has a completely random chance to hit. And I need to hit him with 10. Okay, well, that boss actually went pretty well. So you probably saw how many ignites he dodged. Believe it or not, that was pretty good RNG. He has like more than a 50% chance to dodge them, I would say. More like 70 or 80 from what I've seen at least. I don't actually know, but... So it's looking like I can still get sub 130 in Aqua, so that's nice. It'll mean that it was the worst run of the 3, because generally speaking it should be the fastest, but that's okay. I expected to perform well in Terra, decently in Ven, and not too well in Aqua, and that's pretty much exactly what's happened. So now I have a bunch of cutscenes to skip, and then we have 2 more boss fights. First one, Braig, we kill with Sword Bill. Second one, Final Vanitas, we kill with Spellweaver, because we can't go into D-Links. Because we have Mickey as a teammate. Final Vanitas is like all of the bad things about the Vanitas fights just thrown into one really horrible package, except that he can't dodge things. That's the one bonus. God damn it. So, my friend over here just forced me to look at the timer. Haha, 4:20. Okay. Now, I'm just not gonna... yeah. I've been coerced. Alright, we are nearing the finish line. After these two bosses, we have Final Story and then Secret Story. Final Story takes like 5 minutes, Secret Story takes like 10 or 15. So, almost free. I'd say that this will be a sub 5. So, I would say that even with my donation incentive, I am going to beat the estimate. How's that for a good marathon runner? I have never failed an estimate yet. So again, I have to dodge past the tornadoes, have to make sure that I keep resetting them by getting a new one on me. Aqua, it's the hardest to do because you have one sliding dash and a slow dodge, as opposed to Ven, who has the slower dodge and 2 sliding dashes, and Terra, who goes real fast. Okay, so here, what do I no longer need? Don't need that balloon letter. What I want is a fire, a bind, and a cure. And this is all for Secret Story stuff. So I'm just gonna quickly change out a sliding dash and one of my ignites for 2 cures. Okay, now we're heading into the second last boss of Aqua's story. We have a few cutscenes to skip, and then we'll go into Braig. Basically, the idea with Braig is I need to reflect his shots from midair using Barrier, which Aqua's Barrier is the only block that can be activated when you're in midair. If I reflect them at him in midair while in Peter Pan D-Link, I will build up the finisher because it builds up by aerial hits, which that counts for whatever reason. As long as the hits actually hit him. So there's a little bit of RNG involved just in terms of if he teleports away and doesn't get hit by the reflects, I won't be able to build up the finisher. And that could cause problems, but hopefully we'll be good. I also kind of messed up the start there, but it should be fine. Okay, that was good. Okay, good stuff. So we have the command gauge full already, so there's not really much that can go wrong from here. I would have to make a really big mistake. And Braig is down for the count. 69 hits. Woo lad. One more, and then we are on to the last part. Okay, so the strat here is to get Fabris out and then make him do the dive. We need to We need to get 3 Spellweavers off to kill him. That was a little bit late, but it's still just one more Spellweaver, because it wasn't too late. And I have extra ice creams as well, but this Spellweaver should very much kill him. Yep. And that is Aqua Crit. We only have 2 more stories left. Final and Secret. So what I need to do here is I need to save the game, and it will carry over everything I currently have on Aqua into Secret Story, Final Story, and then from Final Story into Secret Story. Almost there. Okay, now I need to save the game here. Ooh, just barely sub 130. Nice. New data, yes. And it should now unlock Final Story. Create save data. So what that means basically is it just means it's gone, oh okay, you've completed all of the characters. Here you go, have Final Story. And it's allowed me to make a save file that I can now load to do the final story or final episode. So now I just need to get back to the main screen, and then the same thing will happen when I unlock Secret Story. So we're looking at about 20 minutes from here, and then I have a 20-minute incentive, roughly, not exactly. So Final Story is basically 2 boss fights. That's it, that's the whole thing. If you remember Terra's final boss, the one that I said was the hardest story boss in the game, Terranaut we call him, that is Aqua's first boss in Final Story, but of course it's not hard for her because she has a bunch of broken stuff that she can just abuse to completely destroy him. And then an upgraded, harder version of him is her next boss. And that one is actually kind of challenging, but it's not too bad. Terranaut is still much harder when fought as Terra. But this first one is exactly the same boss, same patterns, same everything. So as soon as I'm done skipping all of this story stuff, we'll get straight into that. So I don't need to change any menus here at all. I don't get CP from bosses, so I don't need to put on that ignite or that bind. Which I will need to level up, but that should just happen naturally while I am fighting other stuff. So for this guy, I'm going to be doing sword bill stuff. So pretty much it's the same thing as Braig, except obviously he has different patterns. So I want him to use his Dark Volley so that I can reflect it at him. Unfortunately, because he was really far away then, that didn't really help much. It is possible that I could run out of D-Link here, at which point I would just revert to Spellweaver. Damn it. I needed to get a quick hit in to stop the command gauge from going down. Unfortunately, it's kind of RNG whether or not he'll use the volley, and you need to hit him with most of it to fully build up the command bar. So that makes this strat kind of like random. But there we go. That was what I was hoping for. Now I just need to bait him to do that, and he's dead. See you later. So, yeah, that guy took me like 6 minutes in the terror run. It was a really hard fight. I just one-hit him. I forgot that you can't skip this part. So now I'm going to be spamming Spellweaver, pretty much. Ah, shit. Oh no. That ain't good. And that is final story done. One more story left. So now, because of storyline lore stuff, Aqua is in the Realm of Darkness, which is that like one place where Mickey and Riku go in Kingdom Hearts 1, behind the like door or whatever. Alright, so I can save over that, it doesn't matter. And it should now unlock Secret Story. Create save data. Okay, and then we will need to load the secret episode and do the fast. So we have a few mob fights and then a super boss. A relatively easy super boss though. I will say I don't remember the movement for Realm of Darkness particularly well, so I might be messing that up a little bit. It's been a while since I've actually done a proper secret episode run. I've just practiced the fights. Softy. I think we might need some assistance here. Softy seems to have fallen asleep, so Someone's probably gonna have to come wake him up or split for me, because we're like 15 minutes from the finish. Ah, you're awake. Good stuff. So this is pretty standard mob fight stuff. Magnet, thunder, thunder. I don't have as many magnets and thunders as I would have liked because I was kind of short on money, but it's fine. Okay, the bind and fire are already leveled. Perfect. So now that that's leveled, yep, leaf bracer. So that's why I needed that stuff. Now that I have that out of the way, I don't need to level those anymore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some Fabras on because they will probably help with mob fights. So one other thing that I'm going to do, because I forgot earlier, is put both of these on. Alright, so now that's done. There should be a way of moving on now, but I can't see it very well. Oh, I think I maybe know what happened. No, yes. I'm not actually sure. I hope I haven't soft locked myself or something. Ah, okay. There we go. I knew there was another one of these portals somewhere. Here it is now. As I said, I haven't really done this part for a while, so I'm kind of hazy on the details. This is more like the bonus part of all stories, in honesty. The main part of it is just that you run all 3 characters in one sitting. Kind of like a trifecta run with a bonus pack at the end. DLC at the end. Alright, now I've elevated that platform. So I think that's all I have to do in here. I think. I hope. And then there's a few more trash fights in the next room. Yeah. Okay, no, there is one more here. Okay, well, that was a waste of Fabros, but it doesn't really matter. I don't need them for anything right now. So Ghost Drive has a really fast cartwheel, as you may be able to see, but it doesn't give as many iframes, so it's actually not a good thing, necessarily. Oh, okay. I wanted Spellweaver there. I'm on more than one health, so we're good. That's bull. So I don't have Leaf Bracer active because I don't have the Ignite equipped, basically, and as a result of that I died there, and now I need to redo all of the fights that I've done in this room. Unfortunately, these mob fights are taking a lot longer than I remember them taking, but that's partially my own fault because I was supposed to have bought more Thunders, but I didn't really have the money to do so. So I mean, I guess I'll blame it on bad money RNG. We were almost done too. That was pretty much the last waves of enemies in this room. I'm gonna put more Fabras on because since I don't have enough Magnets and Thunders to really be doing this efficiently, I feel like they're actually much better. And I have plenty to spare. Because usually you would have 2 Magnet commands and 4 Thunders, but as I said, I was short on money. I'm thinking maybe like some money grinding should be put into the route for all stories, but I don't know. Why did I have to get Ghost Drive there? Oh my god. Fuck! $9. I am quite frankly really annoyed. Oh my god, dude. Why is this necessary? Like, why? Wait, did I just accidentally... Oh my god, where does this go? I went the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. How do I look at the map? That's right, you can't look at an enlarged version of the map. 99% sure I just went the wrong way, and now I'm gonna have to do backtracking because of it. Oh, this is such a pain. Well, maybe I'm not gonna go as far underestimate as I thought, because being short on money, I can't say anything else. That's literally all this is. I'm gonna put more Fabras on because they're what's actually doing stuff, and then I'm gonna put on Ignite instead of that Magniga. The one with Leaf Bracer specifically. Actually, no, I need that Magniga. Because that has once more on it. Okay. Okay, seems we have a donation, so you can go ahead. I'm just dying over and over right now, so.
Thank Swags the dog for his $10.50. This is gonna be really annoying to read out. It's just a bunch of emos. Oh my dog, Frank is E, Ralph is E, Corgi Derp, Chef Frank, Shy. I haven't even heard of those last like 3. I suppose they're emos. $5 towards naming Skitty Squirtle, and $5 towards naming Squirtle Skitty in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And yes, I know I missed out a little bit. My throat is way too knackered to just make noises. Sorry, man.
Oh, I keep getting to the last damn thing and then... Can you not? Why is that necessary? Oh, jeez. At least I have a room saved menu. These enemies are way more annoying than I remember them being, and I just wish I had enough money to buy enough magnets to do this properly, but I didn't. I was told many times that it wouldn't be a problem using this money route, blah 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 blah. I tried it, and it wasn't, and then of course in the marathon I'm fucking low as hell on money. I'm really upset by this. I'm sorry if that's bothering anyone in the chat, but it's bothering me. So I'm just gonna stop talking for now, and hopefully I'll get to Dark-Eyed soon. You can go ahead with any donations you get, Softy. Okay. So, I guess just to, you know, explain the obvious, if you don't transition between rooms, then your progress isn't saved in this game. And it's like really far out of the way to get to the next room after doing all of this. So, whoops. So I'm not doing that for that reason. I would if there was an easy way to get to another room. I would do it in a heartbeat, but... Okay, that's that one. Get Spellweaver ready. Did I not? Okay. How did that not save? Alright, well, that ignite has got that now, so... I don't understand how the menu to do this didn't save, because I'm pretty sure I did that in the first room, and I don't remember dying there, but whatever. Pretty sure we're close with this one. Okay, thank goodness. So it would appear that we're running low on spell weavers, or fabras, whatever you want to call them. I can just remember where I'm going real quick. So I need to follow this fork. So there's a good reason that the movement in this area confuses me. It's not really straightforward. So because I'm low on fabras, I'm just gonna... do that, and then I'll put on Thundaras and another cure. Of course, my cure's still recharging. So this room is a lot less painful. I just need to get to all of these black spots and pretty much Magnet Thunder. They usually only spawn one, maybe two waves, like most of them do. And this should be the last one, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So then this will put me into a forced fight with, I think it's 1,000 Heartless. And we're really close now, so I'm gonna go underestimate, but because of all of that stuff that happened in Secret Story, it's not gonna be anywhere near as far as it should have been under. Great. See, this is really easy if you have 2 magnets, but with 1, a little bit less so. Should almost be there. Okay. Now we just have a super boss, and that super boss is not going to take me 17 minutes, so I still made my estimate, thank goodness. I would have been really upset if I lost it to that. Although I should be meeting the estimate by a lot more, and this should be a sub 2, sub 5, and all that other stuff, but whatever. Alright, so basically, all you guys need to know for this is, this boss, for whatever reason, is immune to EXP0. The whole finishes that do a lot of hits, do a lot of damage thing doesn't apply to this boss. But what he isn't immune to is Ignite. So this entire fight is going to be me spamming Ignite and spamming cartwheels. He has a lot of health, so it's going to take a while, but not too long. Okay, we're out of that phase. This boss is called Dark-Eyed. So since Ignite is a damage over time, there's no point completely spamming it. As long as it's always on him, it's doing the same amount of damage. And then if it's not on him, it's because I'm busy not dying. And now he's in his final phase. Does a quick DM first. Another DM, lovely. No way, dude. So, unfortunately, there is one way that you can die in this fight, and that is if you get a dropped cartwheel and then another dropped cartwheel, or if you get hit while trying to ignite and then get a dropped cartwheel. Since Aqua has permanent iframes in her cartwheel, you shouldn't die if you're spamming it. But it's possible for the inputs to get dropped, or you just don't time them correctly, and you can't get away with mashing it, or they'll just drop even more. So, that's what killed me there. I did actually spend a remarkable amount of time practicing this boss specifically. But unfortunately, the deaths that can happen are somewhat out of my control, and the boss takes a really long time since all I can do is spam Ignite. It should, theoretically, be a really easy boss, but things go wrong. It would seem as though I'm doing a lot more damage this time though, getting less dodged ignites, etc. So that's nice. He's close to third phase again. So third phase will happen pretty soon. Okay, that's phase 3. So now he's going to DM. Alright, and time should be coming up pretty soon. As long as I don't die again. I need to land one more ignite. Come on. Okay, time. Okay, 5:13:59. Not as bad as it could have been, but I would have liked a sub 5. Unfortunately, a lot of secret story went wrong, but it is what it is. So now that we have finished the speed run, I'm going to get onto my donation incentive. I have 20 minutes to try to beat a mysterious figure. Hopefully it will take me less time than that, but you never know. So I'm going to have to switch profiles and stuff.
Yeah, so we're going to be put the incentive to this one. And then we switch it over to PC, which is similar input. That should be fine. Hopefully this doesn't crash, basically. Just go get the person, I believe. Should be on the side now. Excellent. Get attempt to make sure they know that it should be served.
Alright, so I am going to set a 20-minute timer on my phone because it seems that I do not have someone here to set a timer for me. Hello, Odie. Why are you still there, dude? Do you want to set a timer for me? Like reset the timer or whatever? Alright, too easy. Alright, so coming up, once I load the save and everything, is going to be Mysterious Figure. Mysterious Figure is the hardest boss in the Kingdom Hearts franchise, in my opinion, and most people would agree with me, especially if you do him at level 1 on Terra. So, I've got 20 minutes to try to beat him. As soon as that 20 minutes comes along, the donation incentive gets mercy killed, because I figure more than that is just wasting everyone's time. But, this guy's really, really, really difficult. And if I beat him, then hooray. So, as soon as I get to... Oh, that looks like the wrong save file. Oh no. Why is that the wrong save file? It might not be. Okay, I don't think it is. Alright, so if you want to start the timer, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so I'm gonna let this cutscene play out because it's short and the music is awesome, but I'm only gonna do that once. Alright, so I'm just gonna like let the fight speak for itself because I really need to focus if I want to have any chance at beating this guy. Dead already. That was unfortunate. There wasn't much I could do about that. That particular move is really tricky to deal with. I'm too tired to time dodge as well. This will be interesting. If it's looking like I'm getting absolutely nowhere at 10 minutes, we can kill it, but... Ah, damn. Okay, invisible. This is the part where I'm likely to die. Far out. So basically what happened there was he went invisible, and the moment he goes invisible, you know that everything is just about to go out the window. He used all of his full screen hitbox abilities pretty much back to back. There's not much I can do. I didn't expect to beat this guy, in all honesty. I expected to have a chance at beating him and show you all how difficult he really is. I have beaten him before, and there are other people who have. It is possible, but it just takes some luck, some determination, and some skill. What's that song? Fort Minor, something or other? I don't remember it at all. Too tired to meme. Yeah, Softy knows me. That is very tired indeed. Why is the lock-on being so not good right now? That's what I want to know. Oh no. Oh no. This is not something that you ever want to see. So there's like a roughly 50-50 chance that I die here. It's pretty much RNG at this point. When he goes clones, yeah. And I'm stunned. Yep, I died. So basically, when he goes into clones, if you let him get you into a combo, there's a fairly good chance that he will come out of clones and you will be stunned, and then he just has to smack you once and you're dead. There's a chance you can survive it, but it's unlikely. And here's the kicker. I like this fight. Oh no. Yeah, I think he's telling me that I'm not allowed. I think that's the message I'm getting. I can, but if he goes... Yeah, if he goes out of clones and I'm stunned, that breaks the combo. Okay. Yep, there we go. So there is a chance that even if you get stunned, you can survive. He just has to use an ability that doesn't deal damage with the initial hit, which he has a grand total of 1 abilities that match that description. Oh my goodness. Can you not? So yeah, this is straight just me getting unlucky. That has nothing to do with my skill. If he does clones, it's out of my hands. Invisibility, you can react to the stuff he does. It just makes the fight a hell of a lot harder. Yeah. I mean... This is RNG, dude. In RNG, anything goes. There is one way of surviving clones completely consistently, but it requires me to have a command style called Rhythm Mixer fully built into its command finisher, or whatever, which it's very unlikely that I'll have that before he goes into clones. Quad S Demonstratum. That's my favorite one right there.
When you got a second of reprieve in midair, like sort of floating down and swung.
If you're in midair, you have less time before it counts it as not a combo. And the moment you go from being in midair to touching the ground, you are no longer in a combo. Even if the hits have like half a second between them, it doesn't matter. You touched the ground, you're not in the combo anymore. Game's dumb, basically, is what I'm saying. So I probably have time for 2 more attempts. But I guess I'll keep going until Worcester gets here because... Oh, is he? Like he's in this room. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, okay. You're wearing the pants, are you, Softy? I gotcha. Gotcha. Well, yeah, including this one, I'd say I have time for 2 more attempts, unless it's an attempt where I die instantly. Okay. He's invisible again. Okay, so that move that he just did, if he does that 3 times total across the fight, there is no way I can live. So, like, the 3rd one will kill me. The one with the timer, that is. Oh, okay. Out of invisibility. Straight back in, baby. And I'm dead. So I have time for 1 more good attempt, so... Yeah. That's it. Got really unlucky there, but I've achieved my goal of showing off all of the stuff that this guy can pull, so... Oh, jeez. Oh, I zoned out. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Because my brain's dying, among other things. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna hand over to the next runner, which is Worcester. Not entirely sure what he's running, but... Ah, well, there you go. Enjoy. This is Grig signing off.
Alright, thank you, Grig, for that. Filling the old graveyard shift for the last many hours. I've kind of been here, but not really. I tried to sleep and it didn't really work.
How do you walk again?
I don't know. Greg's wondering how to walk. I'm not really sure. So we're going to be getting Worcester over here to start his run of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Yes, I'm aware we are pretty behind schedule, but that's fine. We'll just fix it at the mystery box time slot. It's basically, we had a bunch of tech issues at first. We had a couple of runs go over estimate, but like very small amounts of time. Mostly it was just tech issues that ate up everything. So we're quickly gonna